JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Over Heaven, by Nishio Isin, original concept Hirohiko Araki. Dedicated to Mr. Jotaro Kujo. Foreword. If I said I had no doubts about restoring and deciphering the notebook that Mr. Jotaro Kujo incinerated in Egypt, I would be lying. Mr. Kujo found its contents too unsavory to leave in the world. To restore them, then, despite my great personal respect to Mr. Kujo, which he earns simply because I find his ability for virtue much greater than mine, feels ethically, professionally, and fundamentally unforgivable and barbaric. But at the end of a series of twists and turns, I finally accepted this request from the Speedwagon Foundation. This was partly a result of Mr. Kujo's current memory loss and comatose state. The Foundation believes there may be some hint in this notebook that can lead to the restoration of Mr. Kujo's consciousness. As far as I know, this seems to be a reasonable hypothesis. In that case, as someone greatly in debt to Mr. Kujo, I could not preach about policy, ethics, or common sense if it might cost him his life. No matter the great obstacles, and even if the diary failed to restore him fully from illness, I would not let an opportunity pass to possibly save his life. As I said, however, that is only partly the reason I agreed to decipher the notebook. Truth be told, when the Speedwagon Foundation contacted me, in other words, when I first learned that such a notebook had once existed, I must confess that I succumbed to sweet temptation. I felt strongly I ought not do it, but equally that there was no point resisting it. The man who once tried to make the world fall into darkness, Dio Brando. No, maybe it would be more appropriate to call him Dio Joestar. Or perhaps simply Dio is best. At any rate, it's hard to call yourself a researcher if such a thing as a vampire's personal notebook doesn't thrill your soul. I don't want to be mistaken, but my next words will certainly tempt you it. My scholarly work with this text lacked moral focus. After all, Mr. Kujo burnt the original, and even the Speedwagon Foundation treated its existence as top secret, third class. In other words, my job was no less than to restore and interpret a manuscript treated with such secrecy and grave importance, no one of my field or talent wouldn't jump at the challenge. A vampire that had such intense charisma as to lure, or perhaps entice is the better word, ordinary and extraordinary people into acting out his subordinate evils, because he was evil incarnate, an inordinate evil. Such immortal men leave ripples through history, even after or because of their deaths, as evidenced by Mr. Kujo's unresponsive body 2 floors below. How could I not want to know just what he thought, what he planned, how he lived? Therefore, I cannot make excuses, however nice or valid they may sound to you. This is for the sake of Mr. Kujo, or world peace, or so forth. Being nice about the matter is neither honest nor important to me. If I don't say as much, it would be unjust to claim the pole position among readers of this historic notebook. It is of such gravity, I must read it for its own sake. Speaking of gravity, and for that matter, unjustness, I should mention that deciphering this manuscript was an intensely difficult task. In the first place, even Mr. Josuke Higashikata could not restore the body of the text to its original form. It is still nothing but ash in some places, and extremely fragile throughout. In the second place, what remains readable is highly encoded. However, the Speedwagon Foundation is well equipped for that much at least. Proper nouns such as Jonathan Joestar and Dario Brando have served as keys to decipher the code. Then, as we abruptly found names like Pucci and Darby brothers increasing in frequency, both being disciples of Dio, we well knew we were on the right track. All the same, despite its relatively accurate translation, much of this diary seems to be nonsense. Certain idiosyncrasies and themes and some path to heaven are so ingrained in the text that it's hard to know how deeply symbolic it contrives to be. What can I say about how an emperor of evil organizes his thoughts? They seem to transcend humanity either in wisdom or sheer comprehensibility, to such a degree that I, a specialist, can scarce understand them. The best I can make out is a sort of literal translation. I have no choice but to leave the true task of deciphering this patchwork of passions to wiser readers. One could say my real work has only just begun. Of course, I will bear any responsibility for mistranslations in the document, or contradictions that result thereof, but I must insist, I disbelieve there are any to be found. Unnamed Speedwagon Foundation Researcher, 2011. Entry 1. Dio, no matter what happens, live nobly and with pride. If you do that, you'll surely be able to go to heaven. My mother always used to tell me that. I wonder if she did indeed go to heaven. She lived at the bottommost rung of society, but she lived with a pride that she never lost. Despite that, or rather because of that, she couldn't have obtained a ticket to heaven. I don't think so. She was noble, proud, pure, righteous, beautiful, goddess-like. But she was a hopelessly foolish woman. Take this, for example. While we were so impoverished we would be worried for the day's food, while both she and I, her son, starved, she shared the paltry sum of money she earned with the hungry children of the neighborhood. And not just the children, elderly people, or sometimes animals. She gave charity and blessings to such weaklings like it was her duty. What's the word? Kindness. She would scatter it freely to those around her. What was that, if not foolish? One can't help but hate it. Her self-sacrificial way of life was certainly noble and proud, but in that dead-end town there was no one to assess that nobility and pride. In a place such as where the Joestars lived, that sort of idyllic country town, such character would be reasonably recognized, but where we lived, a town built from ditches, she was only ever a laughing stock. The children who took her charity, as well as the elderly people, all laughed at her. They roared with laughter, as if she were a clown playing a hilarious joke. And when I heard that laughter, I didn't really have much animosity to it. They were absolutely right, I thought. Enough so that I wanted to laugh right along with them. My anger at her took precedence, so of course I didn't laugh. But that only proves the extremity of my rage. My mother was foolish, helplessly foolish. Be that as it may, I was the son of a mother who was made fun of, and as you might expect, I too was looked down on. And I couldn't let the people who laughed at my mother get away with it, but when I hurt them, my mother scolded me. She defended those who mocked her. She would chastise me for getting angry. You mustn't do that, Dio. You mustn't live relying on violence. If you do such things, you will not go to heaven. Thinking back, it was like her favorite phrase. Words themselves have concrete meanings. Maybe they were rather more like an incantation, for her simply saying those words left an impression on me. She needed only to say the word heaven, and I think she felt like she might be saved. I had to think that, because otherwise that woman's feelings were completely incomprehensible to me. No, even if I did think that, she was impossible to empathize with. But, in hindsight, I feel that it brought some light into her life, in which she was constantly derided. Anyhow, she, my mother, took every opportunity to say it to me, her young child. If you do this, you can't go to heaven. If you do that, you'll surely go to heaven. Heaven, 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 and every time it irritated me. My young mind learned severe irritation. I thought of them as irrational words. I couldn't forgive my mother. That's why whenever I would see my drunken father assault her, it actually made me feel relieved. Serves you right, I thought. Thinking about it now, it's idiotic, but as a young child, I liked my father more than my mother. My low-life, insignificant, good-for-nothing father was much better than my noble, proud mother. If my mother was a giver, or perhaps a donor, then I think I could say my father was a taker. I never once saw him work. I never saw him work or earn anything for himself. Through gambling, swindling, and extortion, he took cash and food from people in town. He never earned, he only took, always. Until his death, he was my mother's foil, her opposite. And in our town, my father was right. My father's way of living was honest and correct. I thought my father, uninhibited, cunning, I thought he was cool. I don't think I looked up to him, but I respected him. It really seems idiotic now, but then I was not in my proper senses. I thought of him as very skilled, always taking from the weak, beating others with or without provocation. For a still innocent child, one couldn't be stronger. To see now that my connection with the Joestars, what shaped my fate for a century, began from my father's thieving habits. The moment this taker took from George Joestar became the origin, the impulse. Like gravity, his actions still have a pull on my destiny. But as a child, the attraction I found in his actions were more naive. I watched him. I learned from him. I envied him. He was strong, stylish, cool. In that broken down slum, knowing that my father was such a person was my life's greatest and only pride. But my mother repudiated that. She downright criticized it. "Dear, please stop. Let's give back all the money you stole. You mustn't do these things. If you do things like this, you won't go to heaven." Whenever she said that, she got hit. A foolish woman said foolish things and was beaten. After she collapsed, he'd violently kick her and throw liquor bottles at her. I only found out about it later, but apparently my little brother or sister that could have been was lost to that violence. It's a cruel story. It's a cruel story, isn't it? It surely is. But among that daily violence, she was forthright to the end. In that life at the bottom rung of society, in that terrible environment, she talked about justice, ethics, and morals. She held dearly those things that serve no purpose at all, like they were treasures. I wish she'd just shut up. At the least, I wish she'd have overlooked my father's actions. If she'd done that, she would have escaped his violence. Or would she? When I think of my father in his drunken frenzies, you probably couldn't escape completely, no matter what you did. But when I was a child, in my attempts to do that, I would stay quiet and get away from him when he drank, and that would minimize the amount of damage I received. A child could figure that out, but she never did. Quite the opposite. When my father drank heavily, inebriated beyond sense, she remonstrated him. "You mustn't drink so much liquor," and the like. She would say obvious things like that. She would get hit and yet say such obvious things. What exactly was going to come from saying things like that? If you thought about it, it should have been easy to figure out. Seeing her try to talk to my father, despite the fact that she did nothing to defend herself, couldn't be called anything but humorous. It's strange. I can't help but question it. Even if she couldn't escape others' scorn, she should have at least been able to escape the violence. So why didn't she? Is it, as I thought, she was simply foolish? Because she wasn't smart? Was my mother really a hopeless idiot? That's wrong. Now that 100 years have passed, I know that's wrong. Now that I know the outside world and the next world. It's true that my mother at least had intelligence and education. Even in poverty, when I could not go to school, she taught me various things in place of a teacher. It's because I had that basic education that I was able to live with such determination later. I never once thanked my mother for that while she was alive. And though I thought such an education couldn't serve any purpose, if it weren't for her, I couldn't have lived with the refined, elegant Joestars. I never cared about my mother's bloodline, but when I did investigate, I found that she may have actually come from the upper echelons of society. Here I'll state something bigoted. Her refinement and dignity, her piety, were completely at odds with her poverty. They could not have been nurtured in a slum. They must have been things born out of a life of luxury. But why would such a woman marry such a man? Why would she fall into this miserable town? These I can only label mysteries. Speaking of which, my father once told me something while drunk. Something about him eloping with my mother. "How's that for love and romance?" he said, among other such worthless drivel. I dismissed it as drunken nonsense, but I don't know whether or not it was true. I ignored it as it seemed like an incredibly hard story to swallow. I can't confirm it now, but I suspect it may not have been nonsense. Perhaps my father had said something truthful. I regret not asking. Dio, don't blame your father. Your father is really a kind person. He just shouldn't drink. If he'd only quit drinking, I'm sure your father would work diligently. My mother said that often too, with a serious look on her face, and I would think, now that is nonsense. It took all I had not to cry out at her. I wanted to ask how she could possibly be so naive. He's really a kind person? If only he stopped drinking? How or where could you look, or in what way could you try to explain it in order to think these things? All I could think was that my mother had lost her mind from being beaten too much. If one assumed that, one could even say that they were actually a very well-matched couple, him taking, her giving. But no matter how you thought about it, they were an incredibly mismatched couple. For my mother, who made it a principle to do good, who aimed to go to heaven, to live with such a man must have been torture. Or perhaps for her it was the most charitable thing she could do. Perhaps she thought that staying at his side, remaining married to him for life, that was a mission given to her by God. Something along those lines. It's an audacious hypothesis I have no basis for, but unless I think it was something like that, I really can't understand her. She was far too full of contradictions. She was the laughingstock of the town, but she still tried to help them. She was beaten bloody by her husband, but she still tried to serve him. Every day she worked to the brink of collapse. And seeing as one day she really did collapse and died, nothing can be said to explain her actions. I wonder, in the end, did she get to heaven? I don't think she did. Surely she couldn't go anywhere. She had nowhere to arrive at, and nowhere to return. Entry 2. There may be a way to attain heaven. That's what I've begun to think. I'm not sure when I started thinking it. At the very least, I didn't think about it as a child. The heaven I talk about may not be the same heaven my mother obsessed over. I think the same words, but at some point they stopped belonging to my mother. I'm not sure when. My vagueness on this matter isn't because I can't remember what happened or when. In fact, I know very clearly and can recall with great confidence that moment. The moment when the witch, Enya, the hag, presented me a bow and arrow, and I gained my stand. In other words, when the world awoke. The ability to control time, that such a powerful ability should fall in my hands. The gears fell into place. The mechanism of time, not just of time, but of destiny, was revealed to me. No, I suppose saying revealed is going too far. I only said it because it's simpler to understand. The moment, the thought, the emotion passed. It was only the thrill of an egotistical hypothesis, but I thought it. I thought it. There may be a way to attain heaven. This I thought, then dismissed. So when I say I'm not sure when, I know the time and place I first thought it, but at some point the thought returned. And since then the thought has not ended. Since then I've been searching for a way to attain heaven. I even believed that I was alive for that purpose alone. I thought that was my goal in my everlasting life. The 4 years I've spent on the surface, after sleeping for a century at the bottom of the ocean, have all been for the sake of attaining heaven. I need to see heaven. I must go to heaven. These were my constant thoughts, if not since I woke, then at least since the world did. That there may be a way to attain heaven, and I searched for it. Perhaps I seek heaven in my foolish mother's place. Perhaps one day to visit her grave and to report heaven's sights to her. That would be mistaken. Absolutely wrong. Even now I think of my mother as foolish, irrecoverably, hopelessly foolish. For she lived foolishly. It's no surprise she died. To speak of her, which I seem unable not to, I could say she died from overworking herself. I could say she collapsed under my father's routine violence. The truth remains that neither complete the picture. The way she lived precluded a long life. She died while being laughed at. She died while being beaten. But even so, until the end, she never blamed anyone, nor begrudged them. Dio, no matter what happens, live nobly and with pride. If you do that, you'll surely be able to go to heaven. An implausible idea, to the end, and until the end, she kept repeating it, even as she breathed her last. I think that was a gross sin. Really, I do. Not because it was done to me, but that it was done to someone in my situation. In a town to which even hell was preferable, to force one's own child to live righteously was abuse. Compared to that, my father was honest. In that town, he was right. To take the things one wants, to be entirely self-sufficient, that's exactly right. Truly right. There was nothing to object to. Comparatively, my mother lived and spoke from a dream. I wanted to learn from my mother not about heaven nor God, but practicalities that I could use to survive the day. I asked her as much. I even told her my true beliefs. There's no such thing as heaven, that this was hell, and that was all there was. Mother made a sad face then. You don't understand because you're still a child. When you grow up, I'm sure you will. She said, heaven does exist, and there is a way to get there, so we must live for that purpose. Why? Even if there is a heaven, why live for its sake? Being told I was still a child was, of course, not going to convince me. Towards a child, because it is a child, the only way to end a conversation is with violence. In fact, to such a child, one that doesn't understand anything, forcing them to live for heaven's sake is unreasonable. I thought so then, and I still do. Her coercion really was abnormal. She never showed any sign of it, but I wonder if perhaps my mother was emotionally distressed. Living such a painful life, a life at the bottom of everything, maybe this was the only way she could maintain a sense of self. Heaven. That was the key word. For her, that was salvation. And should this suspicion have been correct, she was indeed foolish. I can only imagine she lost her sanity from her perpetual hunger and abuse. If she'd lived until I was a bit older, then I would rather have used logic to convince her, perhaps release her from that curse. In fact, I believe this is what my father wanted, but lacked the intelligence and sobriety to reason with her. Thus he resorted to violence. But I had the intelligence, and maybe I could have. No, I'm sure I would have been able to. I'd have argued that her lifestyle was mistaken. I would have convinced her. However, past events cannot change. I was just a small child, and she died quite abruptly. We buried her in a crude funeral, and I began to doubt she got to heaven. Even on the day of the funeral, my father got drunk. You can't help what's dead. What, do you think having a funeral means they'll live on or even return from death? You idiot. My father's opinion, his point of view, I thought must be right. I didn't feel very sad. Rather, I felt refreshed. For Mother, this should be good, I thought. Yes, good. She was finally able to die. She could finally rest easy. That's what I thought. Yes, I really don't think she was able to get to heaven, but just being released from hell should be good enough. Entry 3. Unfortunately, I do not think I can get to heaven. At the rate I am going, I won't make it there. I search for a path to heaven. As of right now, I've cleared the biggest hurdle, and yet I have already obtained the world, a ticket to heaven, But as things stand, I do not think I will be able to reach the destination. That's the conclusion I'm coming to. I'm not giving up, only forced to admit that it will be difficult. It will be difficult for me to get there on my power alone. What I require is a friend I can trust. He must be a man that can control his desire, a man that is not controlled by power, fame, nor lust. He must hold God's laws in higher esteem than he does man's laws, the kind of person one could call my antithesis. Will I, Dio, ever be able to meet such a person? No, I must meet him. I must meet such a man and befriend him. That is why I am recording information on how to attain heaven in this notebook, to prepare to meet him. No matter what events may come to pass, I write these details in the hope they communicate whether I attained heaven and the methods I used for them. Leaving behind such a record is dangerous. If this notebook were seen by, for example, someone like my old enemy Jonathan Joestar, it would be an unsavory situation. I do not want such people to know of my goal. If he or they knew of it, they would surely try to prevent it. Of course, should they interfere, all I need do is find and defeat them, but I am not currently prepared for that. I am still not completely accustomed to this body I stole from Jonathan. In a word, I am unsound. I am confident the world could defeat them, but I often fall prey to my hubris. It's all too easy to recollect my humiliating defeat 100 years ago. Thus, this record on attaining heaven is exceedingly risky, but it's a risk I must take. This is not something trivial like arithmetics that I can accomplish in my head. It is necessary for me to organize it and put it in writing. My friend, whom I have yet to meet, must be able to understand this method. Then, even if I'm gone, the method can still be realized. Taking up a pen isn't something I've done in a long time. Perhaps it will do some good beyond organizing my thoughts. What is it? It reminds me of my student days, the times I pretended to be Jonathan's friend. There are a great many things that I must do. I will likely have to travel the world in order to find my yet unfound friend, and I must search for him with my own eyes. In this world 100 years in the future, finding a person of such pure spirit is unlikely to be an easy task. And to win over such a pure person will be even more difficult. I cannot turn him into a zombie, nor embed a flesh bud in him. It must be a person I can have complete faith in. These tasks are especially difficult to me, as they are entirely unlike me. That is why a record is needed. An objective record. A point of view not based on my opinions. If I do this, then I may realize things even I, Dio, had overlooked. Regardless, for now I will keep this notebook a secret from the people of my organization, especially Enya. They would not understand. I can practically already hear that hag saying, "Worthless, you never should have done such a thing." I've told that strange old woman that my goal is to stand at the top of the world. That's something I'm fated to do. And now that I think of it, that must be true. At the very least, it's impossible for anyone but myself to achieve. The world seems to be the type of stand that perhaps exists only for that purpose. But no, happiness is not something gained by having an invincible body, nor great riches, nor standing at the pinnacle of humanity. And victory in battle, against the Joestars or anyone else, will not give it to me either. A true victor is one who has been to the mountaintop, who has seen heaven. No matter what sacrifices I must make, I will go there. Even if I must sacrifice my organization, even if I must sacrifice my own stand. The form, the shape is different. But the place my mother tried to go, the place she could not go, I will go. Entry 4. My mother was foolish. That's certain. Yesterday I wrote, that was wrong. I thought I understood her after a century, but, as I thought, I can't say she wasn't completely foolish. In actuality, far more foolish than my mother was my father. A little while after my mother died— no, it wasn't even a little while. Immediately, the violence he directed towards my mother shifted to me. He beat me every day. I was a child, so I was hit for childlike mistakes. But even when I did something well, if it rubbed him the wrong way, he would beat me even worse than when I made mistakes, until I bled. To him, beating a child was only training it. I've since heard some twisted words. Go ahead and beat your child. Even if you don't know the reason why, the child will know why. But I never knew. I never understood at all. That's not true. I figured it out soon enough. I understood that there was no reason. My father was just the kind of man who tyrannized the weak in order to affirm his own dominance. So I think I was wrong. I thought my mother was mistaken. I thought, if only she had a personality fitting for that town, she wouldn't have been beaten. That may not have been so. I'm sure my father would have found some other reason to tyrannize my mother. And in the same way, he began to hit me without any significant reason. He was always irritated. He was constantly in a bad mood. He was so violent that he was unable not to take his anger out on something. In order to create strong zombies, I found many wicked people. Jack the Ripper, for example. But my father was his equal in villainy. A hopeless thug, a stingy lowlife. Hand in hand with the thought of how strong a zombie he would have been comes the realization that he truly was my, Dio's father. Just thinking it is discomforting. A foolish man with an inferiority complex, even towards his wife and child. It wouldn't have been strange if he died from this life of perpetual violence. What I did to escape my father's violence was, at the time, work. I worked, I earned money, and I used that money to give my father liquor. When he was drunk, his violence was all the more impossible to restrain. But ignore that and let him keep drinking, and he would eventually drink himself unconscious. Obviously, my father could not hurt me if he was asleep. Nonetheless, I was a child. Even though I call it work, it wasn't legitimate work at all, of course. But that savage town had its own savage system. Illegitimate or not, there were many jobs to do. Naturally, they took kickbacks, so the money I earned never amounted to much. It was through gambling, which went on all over the town, that increased my paltry sums enough to buy liquor. I first made use of my mother's education, gambling. I'm sure that's antithetical to what she wanted, but that's when I first felt grateful towards her. My father couldn't earn much money, so when his young son brought him liquor, my father, of course, got in a bad mood and hit me. But liquor was his greatest priority. He stopped hitting me, little by little. Even he could calculate that should he injure me so bad I couldn't move, he wouldn't get any more. Then I thought, childishly, I knew it. My mother was wrong. What had she said? Your father is really a kind person. He just shouldn't drink. Well, surely that's wrong. The more he drinks, the kinder he gets. She nurtured me to live, which I appreciated every day. All the same, I felt still, young as I was, that my mother was mistaken and foolish. Or perhaps back then, no matter how much I scorned her faith in my father, her compassion in being unable to leave him I shared as well. I don't want to acknowledge it, but if it's necessary to get to heaven, I must. That compassion was a careless mistake, born of my youth. To think niceness could be defined as a parent that won't beat their child. It's laughable. But for the boy Dio Brando, no greater discovery could be made. And so I slaved away, forcing my small body into the toils of overwhelming, underpaid, increasingly difficult work for the handful of coins I could gamble up to a bottle of cheap booze for my wastrel father. This is putting me off. I'll put my pen down here for today. Entry 5. I've found an interesting stand user. a gambler by the name of Daniel J. Darby. He lives as a gambler. After talking to him a little, I could tell he was a stand user. It was strange. I seemed to simply know, somehow, by talking to someone whether they are a stand user, or, at least, whether the aptitude is there. It's a sensation that I can only describe as instinctual, but it's so clear that I don't doubt it. In other words, I can tell whether someone ought to be pierced by the bow and arrow. The job of forming my organization by gathering stand users as my comrades I've left to Enya, but collecting comrades for the purpose of attaining heaven, I, Dio, must accomplish myself with myself as a detector. If I sense someone of interest, I must act. Daniel J. Darby. I think I will go meet with him once again. It is possible that he is my yet unfound friend. Perhaps that's hoping for too much. A gambler is not likely to possess a pure spirit, but he may become a guidepost on my path to heaven. Entry 6. I decided to kill my father when he sold my mother's dress for liquor money. Until that point, even I might have had some hopes for my father, some expectations. Someday this man will undoubtedly change. Undoubtedly, he'll understand. I had no reason to think such things, but I perhaps sought something fatherly, at least something humane, from him. Now, a century later, it's difficult to recall my feelings then, but I know I had multiple chances to kill him. We lived in the same house. He would lie around all day, sleeping slovenly. With but a knife, I could have killed him even at the age of 5. I didn't, because I still thought of that foolish man as my father. Even if I did not love him dearly, that's what I thought, but I was wrong. That man was nothing but scum. He was human garbage, not worthy of being called my, Dio's, parent. Even now, after 100 years, it is in fact still unpleasant to call him my father. I only see a man like that as prey, rather than as a father. I would far prefer to give that title to George Joestar. He tried to sell mother's dress. No, he actually did sell it. I objected repeatedly, but just when I took my eyes off of him for a minute, that good-for-nothing man brought it himself to the pawn shop. It was an old dress and didn't earn much money. To sell memories of my mother for 1 bottle of booze. Except for him, there probably was no memory at all. It was just a dress that happened to sit in the back of our wardrobe, something he casually forgot about and sold one day. That's all. It must have been like finding a coin that had fallen behind a bookcase. So I realized, from the bottom of my heart, this man really was useless, no good at all. That's why I decided to kill my father. To be honest, I would not say my intent was so strong. Rather, it reminds me of what it would take to crush a bug on a wall. And though that metaphor of killing pests lessens my dignity, I might deserve as much. If I reflect, and I ask myself why I didn't kill that man, and how I could have left him alive, I can't find an answer. Working day and night to earn enough to gift him liquor and medicine enraged me, embarrassed me. I had no dignity to begin with. What a mistake I've made, I thought. My mother was a giver, and my father was a taker. I understood that, and yet I didn't. I was the one he took from. Under my father, while I lived with him, I felt I was doing well, enduring as I had, cleverly and obstinately surviving, but I was wrong. He only exploited me. One day, at last, I realized I had been taken advantage of and treated like a slave. It was late, but I finally realized it. And thankfully not too late. I found I still had time. He still had time. So I decided to do it. To kill my father. However, at that time, I was no longer a 5-year-old boy. I couldn't do something impulsive, like gouge out my father's stomach in his sleep with a knife. Even though it was a rotten town without laws nor commandments, patricide remained an unforgivable crime. I did not intend to discard my life for his sake. I had already thrown away a decade for him. I refused to give any more. I was still a child, but I was already self-sufficient, and being so, to be punished for this murder would only make bitter my new independence. I could not relinquish my life. For that reason, I had to carefully investigate ways to commit murder. To do it, it had to be a perfect crime. I would not kill him in the throes of passion nor despair. I would kill him with resolve. Thus, I began to think of a way to kill my father. Entry 7. Just as I predicted, though to say so might be too pessimistic, Darby was not the yet unfound friend I seek. He was not the friend I could trust from the bottom of my heart. His avarice is too profound. My perspective holds a very favorable impression of that greed. It's an indispensable talent for a gambler, but his is not a personality that can go to heaven. I wonder if such a personality really exists. If such a pure human exists in this world. Wait. It's possible that I have already met such a person, and I simply didn't realize it. I won't say that no one springs to mind from phrasing the issue in that manner, though I refuse to name anyone with confidence. I will embrace that approach. If this method too yields no results, then I will make changes. Or I expect I will start to feel depressed. Leaving that aside, contacting Darby was not a completely wasted endeavor. As I expected, I obtained good results. Of course, firstly, I found a new subordinate in him. Secondly, his stand ability gave me a hint. Its name is Osiris. It alludes not to a tarot card like my The World or Enya's Justice. Rather, like Andul's Geb, his stand alludes to one of the 9 glorious Egyptian gods. It is utterly powerless. In hand-to-hand combat, I would not even need to use The World. I could kill Darby with just my normal, that is, my vampire, strength. How he uses his stand is a different question. Even I, Dio, may not be able to overpower him. Darby's Osiris possesses neither power nor speed, but instead uses a special ability. His stand manipulates souls. It extracts the souls of those whom he defeats in various gambling games. An incredible ability, it goes without saying. After extracting the soul from their bodies, the stand traps them in the shape of a casino chip, I suppose, because he is a gambler, an unnecessary but humorous act. I never imagined there would be a stand that allowed one to touch a soul. And what's more, I hear he has a little brother who also possesses a soul-manipulating stand. Neither of the Darby stands were born of the bow and arrow. They were born as stand users. Perhaps bloodlines have some influence on stands. What is most important is that the Darbys can touch these things called souls. With their stands, I can assemble 36 souls. I need so many souls, each of which must have committed heinous sins, to go to heaven. This may seem absurd on numerous levels. The concrete number of 36 is something I'll detail later. As for the necessity of heinous sins, let me explain. The souls of sinners hold great power. I learnt this 100 years ago. The more fiendish criminals were the stronger zombies. I hypothesize that strength derives from the wish to go to heaven. The greater the desire for happiness, in my opinion, the more potent a soul becomes. The other day, one of my newer subordinates, a boy named Noriaki Kakyoin, stated a theory that in any conflict, whoever loses is the one branded evil. But I feel adversely. The desire for and the ability to attain victory arises only in those who are evil, who have wicked souls. Evil means wanting to go to heaven and be happy. Evil is the desire to be a true victor. Thus it is only in evil souls that I can find the path to heaven, a path the Darbys have helped illuminate. And with that, I've moved forward somewhat. Yes, I'm facing heaven and moving forward. What is crucial now is to make certain that no one finds out about this. Enya and her followers, of course, but the Darby brothers as well. Entry 8. I killed him with poison. Regrettably, the sensations found from murder have dulled for me, but I've never killed to sense such things. That's nothing more than self-gratification. I didn't kill my father from feeling angry or resentful, and I didn't do it to feel exhilarated. I simply took care of him. Fitting words, took care, like a household chore. I did what I had to do. Emotions, had they been present, would have been superfluous. What was crucial was to ensure the murder did not introduce problems to my life. There was nothing more important to me than the life I was to lead. A human life. One I was unable to live all the same. How ironic. But that is why I poisoned him. My father was ill at the time, presumably due to his drinking, and had to stay in bed. I, heroically, prepared my father for recovery, attended his every need, and replaced his medicine with poison. In this way, no one suspected me. Rare as it was in that town for a son to love and devote himself to his father, nobody expected any different from her child, that foolish woman's child. The drunkard died despite the boy's tragic efforts. Such was the tale I wrote for myself, and then set about my task. I could afford no mistakes regarding which poison to use. The poison could not be discovered. No evidence could remain. It had to be done gradually, over a period of months. Then I might adapt if some unlikely situation arose. I would carefully regulate the amount of poison used to prevent its symptoms from being too obvious. I was in luck. In a nearby city, even darker than the one I lived in, was a place called Ogre Street. There, I heard, was a Chinese man who traded in questionable herbs and medicines from his oriental homelands. If I used a secret poison unknown to Western medicine, I would kill my father without leaving evidence, without inviting future trouble. I, Dio, was relieved. By thinking up this simple strategy, I somehow felt I was saved. I don't want to appear sentimental, but as much as this is a diary, I hope I may indulge myself by saying this phrase: I thought I could go to heaven. Dio, no matter what happens, live nobly and with pride. If you do that, you'll surely be able to go to heaven. It was as though Mother's teachings, the wisdom I had long held as rubbish, came fully to life. That's right. I felt that killing my father, poisoning him, was a good deed done for the sake of going to heaven. It seemed to me, no, I was convinced that killing father was the most noble act I could perform, something I could take pride in. I believed that if I killed father, I would go to heaven. I believed that I would be happy and my life after would be bliss. I was certain that I would take back everything I'd lost, everything he had taken from me. How very wrong I was. From the beginning there was nothing at the start of my life's tale, of which, even now, I cannot see the end. Entry 9. As the person reading this notebook, as my yet unfound friend, you whose identity I still do not know, I have one question. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten in your life? I do not. In order to maintain this immortal body, the number of lives I've had to consume is uncountable, not that I've attempted to count them in the first place. Fortunately, the lifeblood of young women restores my body the most efficiently, so they are, I believe, though I'm uncertain, the largest demographic sacrificed to my appetite. Of course, no human knows how many slices of bread they've eaten, but I remember the taste of my first one, my first slice of bread, the first life I took. Dario Brando, my father. A truly unsavory slice. I would compare it in taste to that new invention styrofoam. Murdering a man with oriental poison and getting away with it is not very satiating. Even when my father died, I felt no sense of accomplishment, only a twinge of doubt. Was it really necessary to kill him? For me, Dio, to have dirtied my hands? So I thought. The murder was in vain. With all he drank, he wouldn't have lived much longer even if I'd left him alone. He demolished his body until he couldn't live without some daily medicine. Simply refusing him his medicine, or refusing to earn the money for his medicine, might have been enough. "Forget medicine, buy me booze," he'd say. Had I obeyed, it's likely he would have died in a few years. Couldn't I have endured for that long? Perhaps I chose to kill him because I sought closure, to end my father's life with my own hands, no matter how unsavory the murder, or that by committing this act I would obtain a ticket to heaven. In that case, it would be nothing lesser than my duty to do it. Thoughts like these gave me the resolve to face the task of killing my father, but I found neither closure nor heaven afterwards. All I obtained was emptiness. My father died. He simply died, like an insect. The Oriental medicine worked remarkable miracles. He died not a day beyond the date that the Chinese peddler had predicted. And no one suspected me, least of all my father. I executed the perfect crime, without errors, without wastefulness. That I, Dio, can say it so boldly is proof of its flawlessness. For a decade my father took and stole from me. I was coerced to take it back, and yet, despite his corpse, I continued to hunger. I ate the bread, but I did not feel the least bit full. I tasted something tasteless. Hunger. That's the only sensation my father's murder gave me. Entry 10. Using the Derby stands, I can surely obtain 36, maybe more, sinners' souls in the blink of an eye. I'd like to ascertain beyond doubt whether the brothers have the strength to do so, but their talents in games of chance and skill are so significant there can't be more than a scant few individuals who could top them around the globe, let alone hardened sinners. I, Dio, attest to that. The older brother, Daniel J., is particularly formidable, a gambler to his core possessing profound skill. The younger, Terence T., is still coarse from youth, but his stand Atum has an extra ability. It can also read the color, or perhaps the temperature, of those souls in its sights. If I hone that ability under my watchful eye, the younger could become quite dangerous. The experienced older Darby would remain the more valuable asset, but it's not a waste of time to train the younger as a reserve. Unfortunately, my investigations into the Darby bloodline, that is, their parents and cousin, led to nothing interesting. They were mere humans, entirely ordinary. It may be too early to draw this conclusion, but I believe it beneficial to assume that these two brothers alone possess stands with the ability to manipulate souls. At least in that way, I'm prone to treat them with more value. I won't pierce them with a flesh bud. It's not necessary, and moreover, I don't want to. Enya suggested that plan. Flesh buds greatly help in manipulating humans. Unlike zombies, which I create by sucking their living blood, flesh buds are magnificent for creating thralls who maintain their sense of reason and intelligence. However, rather like the needles in the stone mask, the effect on the brain caused by the flesh bud, that physical connection with the mind, diminishes the victim's stand power and the connection to their stand. Those among my minions whom I manipulated with flesh buds, namely Jean-Pierre Polnareff and Noriaki Kakyoin, are magnificent stand users without flesh buds. With them, they remain considerably useful, but their weakness is all too evident. I call this strategy an error, but an error I must permit. Such errors cannot be avoided on the path to heaven. 36 souls. If I use the Darby's powers, I could obtain them in no time at all. The problem lies in finding those sinners, and no less than 36. This world has gotten considerably more peaceful in 100 years. There are fewer sinners, even the wicked have gained rationality. As I look for my yet unfound friend, I must simultaneously search for these sinners. Among Enya's group, there are murderers and criminals, worthy of the heinous sins these 36 souls must each have accomplished. Men like Devo with his stand, Ebony Devil, and Alessi with his stand, Set. In that sense, I feel I have already made some progress. That reminds me, I must write down the key words. The 14 key words to attain heaven. I mean, words that will serve as a key to unlock heaven's gates. Spiral staircase, rhinoceros beetle, ghost town, fig tart, rhinoceros beetle, via dolorosa, rhinoceros beetle, singularity, giotto, angel, hydrangea, rhinoceros beetle, singularity, secret emperor. These 14 key words are what I need. To ensure I don't forget them, I will carve them into my stand, the world. There really isn't any reason to worry. I have no great fear of forgetting them. That's why they are the key words. In and of themselves, they have no meaning. They're merely lyrics from a lullaby my mother would sing to me as a small child to get me to sleep. Or perhaps the delirious words of a lullaby to get me to heaven. In that sense, I could call it a requiem. Entry 11. My father left me nothing. This is obvious, as my father had nothing. Not a penny to his name. He had debts, but nothing I couldn't handle. A pathetic father, with pathetic debts. I suppose you couldn't expect anyone in that town to be foolish enough to loan any large amount to such a person. However, while his will did not bequeath anything, at death's door he gave me a path in the form of information. That was as much of an inheritance as I received, the one thing this taker had given to me in his life, and even then at its very end. That made me unhappy. Crushingly unhappy. By converting, just as the curtain was drawn on his life, it seemed possible to me that he, nothing more than a scoundrel, may have gone to heaven. It was a very slim chance, but it was unbearable. The thought of it made my skin crawl. That at the end he felt sympathy for the son he had so relentlessly abused. It made my insides convulse in twisting mental agony. I didn't think that my mother could have gone to heaven, but I thought my father could have. If he did, I thought. If he did, I will go to heaven. I'll reunite with him to kill him again. That's what I thought in momentary bursts of rage and anguish. These days those wild impulses have subsided. My motivations for heaven are not so trivial. I no longer grope blindly for the path to heaven. That said, if I do meet my father at the end of this long path, I will kill him, merely as an opportunity afforded by circumstance. But it's silly, and backwards, to make it my prime reason to attain heaven. I seek heaven for humanity, to help them reach new heights. Yes, humanity's next stage of evolution, much like when I donned the stone mask and became a vampire. Much like when I used the bow and arrow to become a stand user, I will raise the bar higher to become a true winner. Dio, come here for a minute. I have something to tell you. You know what I mean, right? I'm going to die soon. The one worry I'll have after I die is about you, my only son. Do you hear me, Dio? When I die, take this letter and go to the home of the person it's addressed to. He's indebted to me. I'm sure he'll look after you. He'll probably make you go to school, too. This guy owes me a favor. Dio, when I die, go to the Joestar household. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Become the richest man there's ever been. He was an abysmal father. I don't even think of him as one. But that inheritance my father left me, I accepted that windfall with gratitude. I was more than capable of living on my own, but I vowed to use anything in my grasp. The connection between the Brando and Joestar families had started 12 years earlier, but my connection with the Joestars began then. I felt my life finally, really beginning. That's what it was. By taking my father, my life finally began. As not to arouse suspicion, I took the time to hold a funeral for my father. What's more, I even cried at that funeral, a devoted son to the very end. Entry 12. Something a little troubling has happened. Actually, it is not little. and I would rather not be troubled by it, but not knowing how troubled I should be, for now I will express it as a little troubling. I was concerned about this possibility long ago. I have had my subordinates investigate, and now things are clear. Jonathan Joestar has living descendants, and they are aware of my existence. I have sensed myself being watched for quite some time now. At first I thought it was my imagination, that I was worrying myself over nothing. Perhaps my century-old paranoia had yet to leave me, but that was not the case. I am being watched. To be more precise, I am being photographed by an ability known as spiritual photography. Of course, it's a stand ability. In fact, in addition to the world, I have one other stand. I was told by Enya that its name is Hermit Purple. I write of my own stand so impersonally because, strictly speaking, this is not my stand. It seems this is the stand of the man whose body I took over, Jonathan Joestar. It also seems that Jonathan Joestar's grandson shares this same stand, or at least a very similar stand. A century ago, I was weakened, no more than a head, if I had not taken Jonathan Joestar's body, if I did not have this man's life energy. Having only so little myself, I could not have survived 100 years at the bottom of the ocean. It was necessary, but now it comes at a price. Though I don't know the reasons, I think this body has some connection to Jonathan's descendants, like the bonds between parent and child. Jonathan's grandson, Joseph Joestar. His daughter, Holly Kujo. Her son, Jotaro Kujo. They are aware of my existence. By obtaining Jonathan's body and being pierced by the bow and arrow, I have obtained new powers. Hermit Purple. The world. This very process had an effect on Jonathan Joestar's descendants. Perhaps I should think of this as a blessing. Strengths and limitations are two sides of the same coin. One cannot be had without the other. Then, like playing the white pieces in a chess game, I will make the first move. The Kujos currently live in the homeland of Noriaki Kakyoin, Japan. Although he is considerably weakened by my flesh bud, that boy's stand ability should be more than enough to eliminate them, the Joestar family. They must be exterminated. Entry 13. Continuing from yesterday, when I realized I was being watched, I never thought for an instant that the gaze belonged to one of Jonathan's descendants. I had thought that by taking Jonathan's body, I had wiped out the Joestar family. I would never have thought that their bloodline would still remain in this era 100 years in the future. To me, it seems like a completely different world. Irina Joestar, née Pendleton. I don't know how, but it seems she survived that sinking ship and gave birth to Jonathan's son. She is quite strong-willed, as expected of Jonathan's wife. That woman was a constant hindrance to my plans from the very beginning. If not for Irina, I highly doubt that Jonathan would have grown up to be as strong-willed as he was. Far from it, he would probably have been another of my admirers. One more lapdog. Irina Pendleton prevented that brilliantly. In some ways, that woman was similar to my mother. She was noble, proud, like a holy woman, and beyond all else, foolish. Because she loved a man such as Jonathan Joestar, I cannot help but associate her with my foolish mother who loved my father. According to my investigations, the son of Irina Joestar, a pilot named George Joestar II, was killed by a zombie I made. Ironic, or perhaps something like fate. No, perhaps it's an exaggeration to call it fate. Of the great number of zombies I produced, it isn't strange that the son of my nemesis would be killed by one of them. Perhaps any further descendants are nothing to be concerned about. They may not necessarily have the mettle that Jonathan had. They may be surprisingly spoiled by this peaceful era, and rather cowardly. But one can never be too careful. Call it bullying if you must, but I would very much like to settle things once and for all with the Joestar bloodline. As I am still not fully accustomed to Jonathan's body, I cannot pursue them myself. But I have ordered Noriaki Kakyoin to draw blood from their corpses and bring it to me. Joestar blood. I am certain it will be accustomed to my body. Entry 14. Speaking of which, I had planned to chronicle this in the latter half of this notebook, but this seems like a good time to do so. Therefore, I shall write it in ahead of schedule. I would not carelessly forget to write it, but I, Dio, am quite familiar with the distastefulness of missing out on a good opportunity. Just as Jonathan Joestar had a son, and many descendants thereafter, I, Dio, awoke from my century-long slumber and, both before and after I gained my stand, I made a number of children. Don't be alarmed. I, Dio, have offspring. From among the many young women who were offered to me as meals, there were some with, how should I put it, potential, whom I impregnated. However, I don't know anything about what happened to them afterward. That sounds irresponsible, but the truth is, it is not an established fact that I have children. It is possible that the women aborted the child, or that a mixed race of vampires and humans cannot be created at all, and they were miscarried, much like my possible younger sibling. However, that was done with the body that I had still not adapted to, Jonathan's. In other words, human biology is profound. There is a great possibility that they were born as human children. It's likely they were born and are being raised somewhere. Potential, promise. Put more clearly, malevolent strength. The more evil the woman, the more wicked she is, the better a mother she will become. Cross, short-tempered, and fertile, without refinement nor manners, bearing a foul mouth and foul children. The more like that a mother is, the better she is. In other words, the less she was like my mother, the better mother she would be. That's what I believed. That a mother was better off not as a holy woman, but as a wicked one. Therefore I chose those women to mother my children. When such women were presented to me, I did not eat them, I did not suck their blood, nor brainwash them. I let them go. Of course, the feelings of wanting children, of wanting a family or intimacy or such things, I do not feel these in the least. After growing up in that cesspool of a town, of a household, I could have no such feelings. I impregnated them because it was necessary. So, I say, I created them. Tools so I may attain heaven. My children. They will not be necessary for decades, but decades are not so long to me. I am certain that those children, spread all over the world, will guide me to heaven. My only concern, my one worry, is that they did not only inherit my blood, but Jonathan's as well. Which of our legacies becomes more prevalent will surely alter how the future plays out. Entry 15. My father detested nobles. For him, nobles were inherently an evil that one ought to inherently hate. The idea of my father recognizing something else as evil seems utterly laughable, but only regarding nobles was he somber and serious. Even my prodigal father could put on a serious face if he happened to talk about nobles. But it was nothing more introspective nor profound than an unquenchable hate that happened to be directed at the upper class. He would spit and yell about how they were snooty and self-important, and blamed them for the awful state of our lives. That they exploited us, they took from us, and that's why we were so poor. Because I grew up with such a father, I learnt those teachings of his. Unsurprisingly, I did not have a good first impression of the Joestar family. Nobles, the people whom even my father could despise, they can't be very good people, I thought. When I met the heir to the Joestar name, the only son, Jonathan Joestar, I became confident in those thoughts, unshakably so. So, you're Dio Brando? I knew in an instant, through intuition alone. With that smile on his face and those words, I knew I was right. This boy was an inheritor, neither a giver nor a taker. An inheritor. I immediately became irritated. Worse, infuriated. I was boiling with fury. By this point, I was already devising a means to usurp the Joestar family's fortune. I planned to stay quiet and patient for an opportunity. Jonathan Joestar was nothing more than prey to me. I had no expectations of him. If anything, I expected to tame him as my lapdog. But I did not intend to aggress or hurt him. Towards both Lord Joestar and his son, I intended to be a well-mannered, obedient young man. There's no point discussing my plans from my childhood, so long ago, over 100 years. But if I had maintained my course, I have no doubt that I would have obtained the Joestar's wealth. A perfect crime that may have been realized. No, I'm sure it would have succeeded. But I was unable to be patient, to stay quiet. I succumbed to emotion. I spent my passionate emotions on a tremendous kick on Jonathan's pet dog. I believe its name was Danny. I kicked it very, very hard. I wanted to kill it then and there, and later I did incinerate it alive. Seeing my kick, Jonathan yelled, enraged, that he wouldn't forgive me. But that rage was what I wanted. I wanted to be unforgivable because I could not forgive him. Yes, I could not forgive him. I could not forgive his smile. I could not forgive him for approaching me. I could not forgive his cheerfulness. I could not forgive his friendly attitude. I could not forgive such a spoilt, rich child who knew no suffering, that a child like him existed in this world. He did not even give away the things he had. He only inherited them, without knowing the need to have to take from anyone. And that I could not forgive from the bottom of my heart. I had to beat him. I had to make him feel pain. I had to crush his head under my foot. I have never wanted to understand my father, but in that moment I understood why my father detested nobles. So, I made a new plan. I decided I would emotionally torture and isolate the Joestar heir, Jonathan Joestar. I would have to anyway, to claim the Joestar family fortune, but now I had many reasons besides to do so. And this plan, I decided to stay the course no matter what. To take everything away from him, the inheritor. Entry 16. My writing has gotten a bit emotional, so even though I am writing this on the same day as the previous entry, I will shift to a new page here. Even now that over 100 years have passed, it seems surprising for my anger to have awakened that day. And thinking back on that day 100 years ago, my determination began developing. Years afterwards, I fulfilled my goal. I successfully claimed this body from him. In other words, though I had failed in capturing the Joestar family's fortune, I took something even greater than that from Jonathan, his life. You could say I took everything from him. I accomplished my plan. But at that point, I felt no sense of success. Much like when I killed my father, I felt only a tasteless, meaningless, insipid feeling of despondency. After I take, I think, why did I want this? I could say that about many things. I may be prone to putting the cart before the horse, or perhaps my goal is the act of taking itself. Perhaps it is because of my and my father's inability to tolerate others having what we do not that we become takers, and so ceaselessly take and take. I'm certain that's it, and even if I'm wrong, it does not matter. I don't want to become a giver like my foolish mother, even if it kills me. But I absolutely never want to become a carefree inheritor like Jonathan. Nobly and with pride, I will continue being a taker. A century ago, and a century from now, no matter how many years pass, that feeling will not change. I exposed these true feelings of mine to Jonathan only once, when, impossibly, Jonathan returned the pain I inflicted on him. Of that I will write tomorrow. I've received a report from Noriaki Kakyoin. He has located a descendant of the Joestar family, Jotaro Kujo, and now pursues him. Apparently the Kujo boy is the most vulnerable. Jonathan's grandson, Joseph Joestar ought to be an old cripple now, with a useless stand like Hermit Purple. However, he is currently traveling with a fortune teller named Muhammad Avdol. Muhammad Avdol, a stand user with whom I personally made direct contact previously. A man with boundless ability, one whom I wanted to induct to my group, but he fled. I was unable to control him with a flesh bud. I thought it odd that he feared me instantly, but now I see he had heard about me from Jonathan's grandson. Enya the hag hinted that his stand of flames may have contained some power to detect souls. Perhaps Avdol was someone I needed to attain heaven. I very much wanted to make him a subordinate, but now that he has taken his place alongside the Joestars, I have no choice but to give up on that goal. A pity. Entry 17. There has been a change of plans, or rather, I have no choice but to change them. I have learned that Noriaki Kakyoin failed, and he did not only fail. He did not only fail. If he only failed, I doubt I would be surprised. Every stand battle poses advantages and obstacles to the combatants. Kakyoin's Hierophant Green is a powerful stand, but unlike the world, it is far from invincible. Further, my flesh buds weakened his power. There was always the possibility that he would lose to the enemy's stands. Rather, I am frustrated by what came after his loss. Not only did Jotaro Kujo keep Noriaki Kakyoin alive, he even placed his own life in danger to remove the flesh bud I planted in Kakyoin's brain. Unbelievable. No, it is completely believable. Such an act truly resembles Jonathan Joestar. In other words, something the Kujo boy inherited. Even after a century has passed, the strong will, the mettle, the explosive power of the Joestar family carries on still. I had hoped in these peaceful times they had lost this spirit. I wish they were cowardly. No matter their stand powers, had they not inherited Jonathan's will, I may have let them be. That is no longer an option. Perhaps it is fate. Then let it be so. I will be taking it. They shall be my cornerstone in attaining heaven. Entry 18. I exhausted every means to break Jonathan's heart. In hindsight, the insidious bullying was rather cute. In children's feuds, within a child's limited life, even petty acts were plenty. Especially for Jonathan, it never took very much. Whether it was skipping meals, getting yelled at by father, or losing friends, his heart would completely break apart at every small thing. That utter lack of resistance was truly unforgivable. Jonathan would cry himself to sleep every night. His whininess only irritated me further. A heart like that would collapse in a night of my old town. He might not even make it to 1 hour. His spoilt nature was plain to see. He was at the height of discomfort, which only made me redouble my efforts to take everything from him. But, as I have mentioned, the time I spent tormenting Jonathan did not last very long. As a means of crushing his heart, I laid my hands on his lover. That backfired. Jonathan would not fight back no matter how violated or hurt he was himself, but when others were harmed, especially those whom he cherished, he would explode. I made light of that explosiveness, and I was blown into a wall. In a straight fistfight with Jonathan, I lost. Here I will swallow my pride and openly admit that I cried when I lost. Not from the physical pain, and not crocodile tears like at my father's funeral either, but real tears from the frustration, sadness, and the utter misery of it. Until that moment I had planned to overwhelmingly stand above Jonathan, but at that moment I learned that was only an illusion. Much like when my father beat my mother or myself until he was satisfied, I resorted to a meaningless action. I cried. Thenceforth I ended my derisive bullying of Jonathan. I decided I would don the mask of a good child, as I did for Lord Joestar, in front of Jonathan too. But I did not forget. Not for 7 years, the humiliation I felt on that day, and even now, a century later, I have not forgotten. Entry 19. Jonathan's lover, the daughter of a doctor, Irina Pendleton, was a bizarre woman. Perhaps bizarre isn't quite right. I might be unfairly disparaging her, but she was certainly odd. Were it not for her, the Joestar bloodline would not have continued to the present. Without her, I would have been utterly successful in crushing Jonathan's heart. I would have lost my immortality, my eternal youth, but as the next lord of the Joestar family, I would have lived a heavenly life. Yes, as though I was in heaven. I would have been happy. I could have taken back the life that was always being taken away from me. After Jonathan made me cry, after thinking over my own quick temper, I thought to go see what she was up to. I was not thinking of apologizing. I would never do such a thing. I had simply become interested in her. Having her first kiss stolen by me, Dio, but then regaining her pride by washing her lips in muddy water, she piqued my interest. I was interested in how she regained something that was taken from her. Someone who would as unhesitatingly commit such a foolish act as my mother. I was not thinking of how to meet her. Far from it, I intended to observe her from afar. Alas, even that was not granted to me. Due to the circumstances regarding her parents' work, or some such thing, the girl disappeared from our town. The circumstances of her parents' work. Does that not sound awfully convenient? I had no means of confirming this, nor do I now 100 years later, but I have thought that the cause of the Pendletons' departure was because I stole her first kiss. Taking such extreme measures might have been justifiable to a dignified family to protect her pride, or perhaps it was an attempt to protect Jonathan Joestar. As time passed, I came to doubt these thoughts. I doubt such a noble, proud woman exists. As before, I don't say this to unfairly disparage her. Rather, it reflects the high opinion I hold of her. But when I think back to her as that young girl and the honest life she lived, I can't help but sense the hands of fate. Mother. Irina Pendleton. It seems it is always holy women that interfere in my life and hinder me. So, she who bears the name Holy, that is, the descendant of Jonathan's Holly Cujo, I'm sure she will interfere with my life as well. Entry 20. I consulted the Darby brothers regarding souls, and learned that my hypothesis was correct. I have no more need to doubt it, as I suspected what is most critical are souls. That is not limited to human souls, it is all of the souls that exist on Earth, including animals, plants, fish, and insects. Let me explain. The ratio of sea to land on Earth is 7:3. In the same way, the number of souls of living creatures are set at a specific amount. To put it simply, as Earth's human population increases, an equal number of creatures belonging to other species will perish. The amount of souls is always constant. It is comparable to, but different from, the law of conservation of mass. This I pondered with the Darby brothers. What does it mean then to have a soul? Does each human own their own soul? The brothers both possess collections of many souls. Is there a way for a single human to have several or several thousand? If souls can be owned, then what does that entail for the owner? 1 stand per soul, 1 soul per person. Such is the rule. Yet I break that very rule. I set the precedent of having both the world and Hermit Purple. 2 stands. Hermit Purple comes from Jonathan's body, but it remains under my control. Then, using that logic, to take over a body might be to take over a soul. Perhaps then I already possess 2 souls, mine alongside Jonathan's. The younger Darby brother has a hobby of sealing his stolen souls inside puppets. I can't really call it a very good hobby. I wonder what would happen if he used humans in place of the dolls. What would occur if souls were placed in different human bodies? If my expectations are accurate, then I could say my preparations are complete. I doubt the younger Darby would perform such an experiment. Placing souls in dolls is his hobby. No doubt his ability was derived purely to service that hobby. To warp that hobby towards my plan goes against the nature of the ability. It would be very difficult. I would not ask him anyway. To be candid, he is still immature, so too is his elder brother. Is there some alternative? I know. I have, in the course of this writing, remembered a name, a face. Yes, with his stand, this experiment may be possible. Enrico Pucci. Someone I met when I visited the United States of America. If I were to use his stand ability. Entry 21. I wanted to go to America in order to meet Pucci, but in the end I chose not to. More urgent matters press on me. I received news from the island nation in the Far East. A flesh-budded agent of mine, Nijimura, is investigating the Joestar descendants. A member of that family, Holly Kujo, recently broke into a fever and collapsed. When Jonathan Joestar's body was pierced by the bow and arrow, through the strange bonds of bloodlines, she too became a stand user. Of course, that's a positive thing as far as I had known, but her stand torments her body. Nijimura called it a stand fever. She has only weeks before it kills her. It's incomprehensible, but it seems that some stands cause harmful effects to their masters. A stand is controlled by the strength of one's spirit, one's soul. It is controlled by one's fighting instinct. People with peaceful personalities would not usually have a stand, and should they have one, I suppose they would be unable to control it, and to suffer from it. This seems like a reasonable hypothesis. Then, I believe, Holly Kujo has the sort of personality I thought she had. She is a holy woman. And, just as I predicted, her dramatic collapse hinders me now. Without a doubt, her father Joseph Joestar and her son Jotaro Kujo will make their way to Egypt to defeat me, to destroy Jonathan's body and free her of her stand fever. How reckless of them to venture this way simply to save the life of a relative. Spirit photography could not have conveyed my ultimate goal to them. Without that knowledge, I hoped that they would not make a move so quickly. But now they have set their course, and it is I who must be careful. I am immortal and possess the mightiest stand, but I am regretfully still not accustomed to this body, and what's more, I remain fatally weak to the sun. Should I be attacked alone during daytime, I would be helpless. Nevertheless, I shall not give up my search for the path to heaven. Jonathan Joestar, perhaps, might have set me back, but I do not intend to delay my plans for his descendants. There's no choice. I will call Pucci on the telephone and have him fly to Egypt. He has already visited several times, so I doubt I will have to send someone to welcome him. Instead, I should rather send a welcome to the Joestars. I must spare no expense in offering them a warm welcome. I think the most appropriate stand to send would be Tower of Grey. Destruction and disaster. The tarot card that symbolizes an interrupted journey. Entry 22. The next 7 years I spent at the Joestar household, in other words, the time until my plan was exposed, were not enjoyable. It was simple enough to play the role of an eager and talented student. Fooling the Joestars, their servants, and my schoolmates was nothing more than child's play, having grown up in a cutthroat city where that sort of behavior was a survival instinct. After my first fight with Jonathan, he always held some misgivings about me in that time, but those misgivings never grew any further than that. I convinced him to trust me. In fact, Jonathan seemed ashamed of doubting me. I always found this humorous. That, however, was part of the problem. Everything became too easy and convenient. Things were too bland or lukewarm. It was a life with no stimulation. This might seem like exaggeration, but I felt like I would nearly go insane. Aside from the moment that I showed Jonathan my true self, I had no conflict at all. For someone who looked upon nobles with great hostility, that lack of conflict felt like swiping at air. I felt like I may have made some grave, irreversible mistake. Weren't nobles supposed to be great enemies? So why did things feel so tame? Was I pursuing something completely meaningless Am I wasting my time? I thought. As I was not yet immortal, any occasion I considered wasted time felt like a living hell. Sometimes I was captured with the idea of simply letting go, letting my emotions explode, and making enemies of everyone around me. Somewhere deep down, I desired to feel again the adrenaline from my fight with Jonathan, only this time I wanted to fight everyone. To me now, I consider those emotions nothing more than youthful bravado. Those 7 years passed, and I never revealed my true emotions. I wore the mask of a good student and kept my head down. Eventually, Jonathan discovered my plans, and that peaceful era ended without my willing it. It turned out there was no value in enduring that blandness after all. There is little point in writing out the details of a failed plan, but nevertheless, to omit it completely would defeat the purpose of writing this record. So, I will remark on it briefly. First, I was adopted into the Joestar family. I legally became a Joestar. Dio Joestar. Now that I mention it, Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo, and Holly Kujo are my relatives too. Not that it makes any difference, though I may have taken over his body, I did not become Jonathan. Jonathan became me. Therefore, I do not harbor any sort of positive sentiment towards them. I feel no familial bonds or anything of the sort with them. I had previously been branded by my repulsive father's name. Being called a Brando had always been unpleasant, but somehow inheriting the Joestar name was perhaps more unpleasant to me. Even after I was officially adopted, I continued to be called by the last name Brando at school. I never planned to become a member of the Joestar family, but the reason I didn't correct them was because I was never particularly attached to the Joestar name, so long as it was my officially registered name, in order to usurp Lord Joestar's assets, that is. I could have contented myself by claiming the debt Lord Joestar believed he owed my father, but then I would never be able to take his fortune. For that, I needed to officially become his adopted son, and that meant I had to call him Father. Of course, I did call him that, but I did not love George Joestar as my father. I may have written that I would rather call George Joestar my father than Dario Brando, but I begrudged them both. Dario Brando was a hopeless lowlife of a man with no redeeming features, whom I had nothing but disdain for. George Joestar, on the other hand, was a kind, sweet, gentlemanly man of great character, with innumerable strengths. All the same, I felt nothing but disdain for him. George Joestar's good manners and behaviors only made me angry. I think it was because, though he acted as a giver, in the end he was like Jonathan, an inheritor. I did not expect to change under his guidance. I would rather say I was anxious of that possibility. Either way, being raised by a nobleman, I started to think I, Dio, might lose the one thing I learned from my hometown, my ambition. That, it turned out, was needless worrying. My ambition remained intact those 7 years. I hated nobles to the very end. Not only the Joestars, but the self-important attitude they all held, that they sympathized with my circumstances as though it were the obvious action, was the most unforgivable thing in the world to me. When I killed my real father, I felt then that my life truly began. By killing George Joestar, I thought my life would move forward once again, out of that peaceful era. And so, unhesitatingly, with only the belief that it was necessary, I decided to kill my second father. I carried enough hatred and anger for the act alone, but I also needed an alibi. That was vital. I will continue this thought tomorrow. Entry 23. Continuing from yesterday. I waited 7 years to kill George Joestar because even greater care needed to be taken than when I killed Dario Brando. I needed 7 years to build trust and gain the right to inherit his assets before killing my adoptive father. I failed in that task because I used the same modus operandi as I had with my real father. That secret oriental poison, I was exposed because of that simple connection. As for other methods, killing him with a knife or a gun was out of the question. Nevertheless, in hindsight, I should have chosen a different method. George Joestar was in ill health. A simple cold, I believe. I offered to care for him in the place of the Joestar's butler. Instead of his medicine, I delivered the poison, which I prepared in advance, to his room and watched him ingest it. He weakened little by little and began to display the same symptoms as my real father. The exact same symptoms. There was the rub. It became Jonathan's impetus in foiling my plan.
My only worry about what happens when I die is you, my son. Listen, Dio. When I die, send this letter and go to this address. He owes me. I'm sure he'll look after you.
George Joestar seemed to have a tendency to hold on to things. George Joestar stored my father's letter for 7 years. He might have considered it a courtesy towards the man he owed, but no, I don't think so. Lord Joestar knew he never owed anything to Dario Brando, and that Dario Brando was merely a thief, and I was not the son of someone to whom he owed a debt, but rather the son of a thief. Knowing this, he took me in. Givers truly act strangely. I'm sure that if my mother lived as a noble, she would have done the same thing. The thought of it fills me with rage. But I digress. The reason George Joestar held onto Dario Brando's letter was not because he felt he owed something, but merely because he did not discard private communications. It was a habit of his as a gentleman. Given the size of his mansion, storage was no issue. My father had sealed it before I'd sent it, so I did not read the contents of the letter. I never imagined my father would have written the symptoms of his illness in the letter. This is what the letter said. Right now, I am ill. I know I don't have a long time to live. I don't know what the illness is, but my heart burns, my fingers are swollen, and I cough endlessly. When I die, would you please take in my son, Dio? Unlike me, he is an excellent boy. I'm sure he won't cause any trouble for you. Well, the latter half is only pointless dribble. What is of import is the former half, where he describes his symptoms the exact same as Lord Joestar's. Of course, it was the same poison being fed to him by the same person, so it would be stranger if the symptoms were different. By pure coincidence, Jonathan found this letter while he was studying the stone mask. One might say that the stone mask exerted its will in exposing my plan. The stone mask itself purposefully sought me so it could make me a vampire. That is, of course, fantastical thinking. The mask is just an object. It couldn't have its own will or desire or anything like that. I instead blame my own clumsiness. I was happy to leave questions unanswered, to leave the thoughts unfinished. So what if my father and adoptive father had the same symptoms? Maybe that's just how things happen to be. Jonathan already had a distrust of me, even before he witnessed me switching father's medicine with poison. Despite 7 years of friendliness, the things I had done to him when I first arrived, my antagonizing him, my actions towards Irina and his dog, had never left him. They must have smoldered inside him for those years. No friendship nor familial love ever truly existed. Even though he hated himself for it, he held a deep suspicion of me. 7 years earlier, I made a tremendous blunder in allowing my emotions to push me into hurting Jonathan. Had I not done that, and restrained my emotions at that moment, I could have easily slipped through his scrutiny later in life. Jonathan was the type of person who grows the more he is beaten down, and I carelessly beat him too hard. Without the aggression I threw at him, I expect he would always have kept that same peaceful and naive personality. Let's see, then. I have accounted for my clumsiness and mistakes. I have accounted for Jonathan's growth and his acute skepticism about the mask of my goodwill. But even after taking all that into consideration, what I resent the most is neither of those, but once again, my father. That goddamned father of mine. He left me absolutely nothing, and it seemed that even after death he still chained me. Even now, a century later, I still don't understand my father's aim. Why did he need to write his symptoms in that letter? I could only explain it as spite.
You are my son after all.
That's what he was telling me, a whispering so close to my ear I could feel his breath on it. It pierced into my brain, deeper even than the stone mask physically reached. Dio, as a gentleman, swear your innocence on the honor of your birth father, Mr. Brando. When Jonathan said those words to me, once again I blundered. Once again I let my emotions take hold of me. I should have conceded, the same way I had deceived those around me for the past 7 years. If I'd only done that, I'm sure he would have been satisfied, so why did I? No, of course I did. This is the one thing that I do not regret, though it cost me my plan. My father's honor? He had none. How was I to swear on something that did not exist? Jonathan, having an honorable father himself, never acknowledged that fathers without honor could exist. I suppose that blindness is a result of his own desire to be a gentleman. Entry 24. The world, especially when its ability is activated, is the fastest stand in history, but Tower of Grey is a close second. It seems that very same Tower of Grey failed in defeating the Joestars. This is an alarming situation, beyond my wildest imagining. The good news is that Tower of Grey crashed the Joestar's plane. One could make the argument that the real mission, to prevent them from reaching Egypt, at least he succeeded that mission. Even so, the Joestars survived both Tower of Grey and the plane crash, and I remain surprised at this outcome. The Joestar family will no doubt find it distasteful to harm further civilians, so I doubt they will use an airplane again. This leaves them with much slower land or sea routes. Tower of Grey gave me, at least, time. Time to find the path to heaven. Pucci arrives in Egypt momentarily. In the meantime, I will send more assassins to target the Joestar group. Firstly, I have already dispatched Jean-Pierre Polnareff and his stand, Silver Chariot. Secondly, I have decided to send the stand, Dark Blue Moon, should they use a sea route. Should they be defeated as well, I will consider going myself, but 2 stand users should be sufficient. This should nip my worries in the bud. Speaking of buds, I am astonished by Noriaki Kakyoin's stand power after being released from my flesh bud. I am told it was he who defeated Tower of Grey. Under my control, he could never have performed such a feat. His growth is a truly remarkable phenomenon. It may be different for ordinary humans, but when I, Dio, use flesh buds to turn stand users into subordinates of mine, they become structurally unsound. That is the only explanation I can give. As flesh buds interfere with the spirit and weaken the ego, they are ill-suited to stand users. The weaker the spirit, after all, the weaker the stand. This means it will be difficult to coerce good people into my subordinates using flesh buds alone, as that will weaken them too much. I must resort to evil. People like Undul or Jack the Ripper, whom I used 100 years ago. The ones that I should make my underlings are those not restrained by the bindings of good, those who are simply evil, those whom I may assemble as 36 wicked souls. Entry 25. I have met Pucci. As to keep Enya the Hag or the Darby brothers from realizing, we met outside the mansion, at a separate hideout. Unfortunately, I did not gain very favorable answers on the questions I wanted to ask him. The bow and arrow awoke a stand in him called White Snake. It is by far the most unique stand of all the ones I know. A miraculous ability that can remove the memories and the stand of its target. I can't justify calling it suited to battle, but its ability to manipulate souls is not weak, even when compared to the Darby brothers. a fantastically useful stand. Yes, memories and stands, they have always been divided, and so I, Dio, never thought about it in this way, but those two components together create what we could call a complete soul. In that case, Pucci's stand may be even more suited to going to heaven than the Darby brothers. Their stands require the winning of a game before a soul can be extracted. I questioned him. I asked him this: what would happen if you placed the memories and stand of one person into another human? I was asking if it was generally possible for one human to possess two memories and two stands. I, Dio, needed two bodies to obtain my two stands, but this is a much easier path. His response was, "That is indeed possible, Dio." Of course, as the master of the stand, Pucci is able to read the memories he extracts, but if he inserts the extracted memories into someone else, that someone will also be able to read those memories. And if he inserts the extracted stand into someone else, that someone will gain the powers of that stand. Of course, the handling will not function just as well as it did for the original body, but the principle holds. If a stand is inserted using Whitesnake's ability, then whether it be an ordinary person or a stand user, they will be able to use the stand that has been inserted into them. That was good news for me. It was good because the answers I received from the question I asked cautiously were about the best I could have hoped for. If one is able to possess several memories and stands, they should then also be able to possess several souls. My heart leapt. Only, Pucci continued. "But Dio," he said, "even that has a limit. You can only insert one disc at a time. Should you force more, the most you could do is 5, though I don't know why you're asking about it. 5 discs. 5 people's worth. That's not enough. Unless I can pack 36 souls into one body, the door to heaven will remain closed." As quickly as my heart grew, that Pucci's stand was perfect for my objective, as if made for it specifically, that hope faded, and disappointment grew in its place. But I did gain something. As a matter of fact, the reason I originally wanted to meet with Pucci was satisfied. He may qualify. He may be the one to effect my plan to attain heaven. Yes, he may have the qualifications to walk the path to heaven. I like humans who make themselves grow. You are a king among kings, Dio. Where are you going? I want to go with you. I love you as I love God. I remember Pucci giving me such words. He will undoubtedly become a noble clergyman, but perhaps Pucci is wrong. He will not go where I am going. Rather, I will accompany him when he goes to heaven. Entry 26. I, Dio, have been careless. I, Dio, should have known better. I realized it after Pucci returned to America. It may be impossible to cram many souls, that is the combination of memories and stands, into one human body, but I, Dio, am not a human. I rejected my humanity 100 years ago. I donned the stone mask and stopped being human. The bone needles that sprang from that mask pushed on my brain and gave me a body incomparable to that of a human. So, no doubt, I would be all right no matter how many souls and memories Whitesnake inserted into me. At the very least, I should endure much more than a human. If only I had thought of this yesterday, I could have tested it. Or perhaps it would be too dangerous. I still haven't fully adapted to my body. There is too much of Jonathan in it, too much human. If I am to perform such an experiment, it must be later. Many young women's bodies must I drink the blood from, or perhaps that of a member of the Joestar family. Only then will I be free of Jonathan's humanity. And after that, should I perform the experiment. If I still had the stone mask, I could create new vampires and use them as test subjects, but it seems that no more stone masks exist. If I search the whole world, I may find one, but I do not have a clue where to start. Zombies would not work. While they may be immortal and ageless as vampires are, at the moment someone becomes a zombie, they become like a corpse, lacking any soul. That would make the whole experiment pointless. No, perhaps because they would be corpses without souls, doing such an experiment would have empirical value. Since I have awoken from my century-long sleep, it has been quite some time without making any zombies. Perhaps I will make one or two for a test. Regardless, I must contact Pucci again. I have known him for several years now, but he may be my yet unfound friend. Entry 27. I have learned that Silver Chariot and Dark Blue Moon have been defeated by their intended victims. What's more, Silver Chariot's master, Jean-Pierre Polnareff, a stand user whom I controlled by a flesh bud, has had the bud removed by the Kujo boy. He has joined their cause. Like Noriaki Kakyoin, I have lost another valuable stand user to my enemy. With a flesh bud removed, it is to be expected that the victim of the bud would lose his loyalty to me, Dio. But why? For what possible reason would they then join the Joestars group? Especially Polnareff. If all he wants is to avenge his little sister, doing so would be far easier as my subordinate than by joining them. Perhaps he bears a grudge for being manipulated. Is he perhaps driven by emotion, caused by my trampling on his character and his human rights? If that is the case, that is all the more reason to refrain from using the flesh buds in the future. I cannot do anything about the ones I have already used. They were an ability originally developed for the sake of controlling people, so I never even thought about cancelling their effect. As such, I have no ability to do so. Regardless, I cannot allow my number of subordinates to shrink any further. I cannot lose any more of these stand users whom I gathered for the purpose of attaining heaven. I may not be fully adapted to my body yet, but now that it has come to this, I can no longer put this off. I have made the decision to personally go eradicate the Joestars. Or rather, I had. But I must now regrettably report that due to Enya the Hag's impertinence, that is no longer an option.
You intend to go yourself just because they are a bit more formidable than we anticipated, Lord Dio. Ridiculous. You must not carry out such an absurd act.
She's always saying such things. And Enya the Hag has now told me that she has sent 7 stand users to assassinate the Joestar group. I cannot reveal my goal to that old woman, and so I could not directly condemn her for her rashness. Even if I told her, I expect she would react similarly, calling it something I must not do. All the same, it is a dilemma. The stand users Enya sent were not controlled by flesh buds. Even if they are defeated, they will not likely betray me. And if they are indeed able to get rid of the Joestar group, well, that is favorable as well. In fact, it is the most favorable result. I have no desire for the thrill of doing the deed myself. So then, right now, nothing of inconvenience has happened. Excluding the possibility that Enya is starting to read my true intentions, nothing of any inconvenience is happening. Entry 28. I contacted Pucci immediately after he arrived in America. Because of Enya, it doesn't seem like I will be able to go anywhere, so I've asked him to come again as soon as it is convenient. The world has gotten considerably smaller than it was 100 years ago, but a journey from America to Egypt is still not an easy journey for a human. But, without a moment or hint of displeasure in his tone nor demeanor, he agreed. Hearing his response, I felt I was right. He is the one. In fact, it seems odd that I never thought of it before. Perhaps I've become more careful towards friendship since I called Jonathan my friend 100 years ago. But it is best to keep a cool head. Being careful is just the right thing to do. I truly think so. I told him as much, that there is no need to rush. I don't want to interfere with Pucci's duty, his faith. I want him to be deeply religious, as long as he doesn't become foolish like my mother. Even so, he has earned enough of my trust, my goodwill, my friendship, that I have made my mind to gift him one of my bones. As and when it becomes necessary, it will grant him great power. Entry 29. What is the difference between humans and animals? Both have souls. Both have intelligence and varying degrees of technology. What is something only humans have, and furthermore, the thing that makes a human human? Things like biological classification are actually just things scholars decide on their own. They don't have all that much meaning. They make their knowing faces and categorize things however they like. When a creature comes along that doesn't fit in any one category, they tear their hair out, but soon enough, they make a new category that simply includes that new creature and destroy the old category. So in the end, no matter how they are categorized, all categories collapse. Perhaps it is not a distinction between humans and animals, because all creatures are the same thing. That is what I talked about on the phone yesterday. I just happened to, without any real reason at all, bring up that subject. Enrico Pucci, in response, said this: I think the difference that makes a human is the desire to go to heaven, Dio. All humans think and hope, even pray for it. But animals do not have that concept. Humans design their lives in order to go to heaven. That is what makes humans remarkable, Dio. Let me first say I had not touched upon the subject of heaven with him yet. He spoke those words to me without any prompting, as if they were automatic. Maybe I'm forcing the issue by reading too much into it, but still, if it's a hint of fate, I must make an approach. Gravity. If there is an attractive force at work between people, just what kind of force pulls me to Enrico Pucci? Perhaps there is a strong, fated connection between Enrico Pucci and myself, like the one I share with the Joestars. I am certain that he will become my guide to heaven. The next time I meet him, I will share several of my subordinate stands with him, just to be sure. But maybe I can simply call him the right person for the right job. Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo, as well as Avdol, Kakyoin, and Polnareff, are all simply not to be taken lightly. I do not consider them a threat, but thrice have I lost to an opponent I also thought as weak, the man, Jonathan Joestar. The first time I was simply hit. The second time I was burned and impaled. The third time my body was destroyed by Hamon, but the fourth time was a draw, only due to the injury of one fighter. I admit as much. The tally stands such that I have not won victory against the Joestar bloodline. Nothing but straight losses against Jonathan Joestar. Therefore, I must prepare for the worst case scenario. Entry 30. This may have no direct connection with the method for going to heaven, but I think there is a need to record some details about the stone mask around this point. I don't know who will read this. As of now, I think there is a high probability that it is Enrico Pucci, and he has no previous knowledge of this, so this story will be necessary to share before it becomes too difficult to understand. The stone mask was the focus of Jonathan Joestar's research. He planned to use his thesis to establish himself in the field of archaeology. I snuck many looks at his research documents, but I did not learn any detailed information on the origins of that mask. Everything I know for sure, I will write here. It is an ancient artifact found among the people of the sun, the Aztecs, a kingdom in the high plains of central Mexico from the 12th to 16th centuries. However, while it was recovered from them, it seems it was not something they created. After all, their civilization wiped out before they ever fully learnt how to handle the mask. And then, the mask was all that was left. This is purely hearsay, but it seems that the ones who originally unearthed the stone mask was Jonathan Joestar's master, William A. Zeppeli, and his adventuring party. Whether it's Zeppeli's party or the treasure hunters that rescued me from the bottom of the sea, those that seek treasure have a strong tendency to find quite incredible things. Perhaps one could call that gravity as well. So rather than saying they found those things, I should say they were drawn to them. I actually heard that Zeppeli's party, due to the power of the mask and their own stupidity, were entirely wiped out with the exception of Zeppeli himself. And when that happened, the stone mask was lost at sea. And by some twist of fate, instead of sinking to the bottom of the sea, it must have drifted on some sort of channel, or drudged up by some fishermen. Once again it reappeared in the annals of history, and this time without such a long pause. Jonathan Joestar's mother was on a trip to London and bought it from an art dealer. Jonathan Joestar's mother. I was told she died in an accident on her way home from that trip, and that is when my father came to their rescue. I have never met the woman, of course, but I heard that when the accident occurred, she was embracing Jonathan as if to protect him, so I think I can infer what her personality was like. She was surely noble and proud. Probably a mother that was like a saint. Probably a mother like my own. Well, she did also find that eerie mask interesting enough to purchase it. So she was not just an ordinary woman. If she had not lost her life in that accident, were she still alive when I was taken into the Joestar family and she had become my adoptive mother, my life may have become something very different. It's curious to think about such things. Since she was, surely, similar to my mother, I wonder how she would have raised such a bad child as I was. I think, though, I would have killed her. Just like George Joestar. Speaking of him, George Joestar hung that stone mask on his wall for quite some time, as a memento of his wife, an alternative to a photograph. Though when Jonathan said he was going to use it for research and made it his own, George Joestar didn't seem very reproachful about it, so he couldn't have been all that attached. Not that I think he didn't have an attachment to the memories of his beloved wife. Rather, when Jonathan claimed the mask as his, the son just inherited it from the father. Jonathan Joestar, the inheritor. And then I, Dio, the taker, took that stone mask from him. And the world became so much the more interesting, to an outrageous degree. As if guided by gravity, that stone mask buried in Mexico made its way to me. Looking at the past in that way, I have a hunch that the Joestar mother, dying in the carriage accident, was also something caused by the stone mask. It's quite an odd thing to ponder. I think this is a good place to stop. I will continue writing about this tomorrow. Entry 31. Yesterday, I was writing about the origins of the stone mask, so today I will write about its bizarre structure. Actually, the structure isn't complex enough to merit an in-depth explanation. Far from it, it's very simple. When human blood is splashed on the stone mask, there are needles that sprout from inside it. Jonathan called them bone needles in his documentation, and I think that's a good way to express it. They spring out and pierce the head of whoever wears the mask. And not just a short stab, those needles reach deep into the person's brain. In simple terms, that is all there is to the stone mask's mechanism. And Jonathan's notes only extend to that much detail. Even Jonathan knew nothing past that. Of course, the only way to verify what this stone mask did was through human experimentation, but Jonathan isn't the type of person that could perform tests on humans, and because of that, Jonathan's research came to a standstill there. There was some Aztec writing on the inside of the stone mask, so it seems like he approached the problem by trying to translate that, but I doubt it yielded any good results. But I, Dio, performed the human experimentation that Jonathan could not, and learned the true worth of the stone mask, albeit by accident. I am a bit hurried today. I will continue this tomorrow. Entry 32. I have found time to continue my notes. Enya the hag's mood has deteriorated, which I suppose was expected. As I feared, the Joestar group are defeating the 7 stand-using assassins she sent, one after another. Strength, Ebony Devil, Yellow Temperance, these 3 are at an irrecoverable state. I am worried. For the 36 souls of sinners needed for the path to heaven, men that lack a moral conscience like the users of Ebony Devil and Yellow Temperance are considerably valuable in this era. And the non-human stand user, the orangutan who proved that animals also have souls, the user of strength, the fact that he was defeated is a large detriment to my plans. Nevertheless, for the sake of this plan that I have been enacting in secrecy, I could not do something to arouse suspicion in front of Enya, like calling strength back. So, he had to be defeated. Of course, this is nothing devastating. It's very possible to recover. As long as I have the bow and arrow, can I not find countless more animal stand users? For example, according to rumor, the stand user who manipulates sand, which represents the tarot card, the Fool, that user is a dog. Unfortunately, it is improbable that I or Enya will win over this beast to become my underling because, from the same rumors, Avdol of the Joestar group has long since contacted him. All of this is to say, as I wrote in the beginning of this entry, I have found some free time. For now, I will push those matters aside and continue on the subject of yesterday's entry, the stone mask. Rereading my notes, I see I wrote that I had come about learning of the mask's true nature through an accidental human experiment. But I neglected to mention that even learning about the bone needles was an accident as well. Jonathan challenged me to a duel in his rage over what I did to Irina. He hit me quite mercilessly. I spat out blood, and that blood, by coincidence, truly by mere coincidence, splashed on the stone mask that was still on the wall back then. In response, the bone needle sprung from the stone mask, and it fell on the floor. Perhaps because the amount of blood was very little, the needles quickly drew back in. Because of that, Jonathan thought he was the only one who witnessed the phenomenon. But I, Dio, even in that utterly miserable state where he had made me cry, clearly witnessed this event. I saw the same thing Jonathan saw. The difference between us was that Jonathan took up archaeology to understand that phenomenon, while I, believing that mechanism may someday become useful for me, kept my knowledge secret. To write about a plan never put into motion is kind of shameful, but I still feel like I must record it precisely. If this notebook is read by Enrico Pucci or someone with a similar personality, I don't think they will scorn it, and if they do, that just means I wasn't a good judge of character. To put it simply, this is what my plan was. In order to usurp the Joestar family fortune, what I had to do, what I did because it was necessary, was first, kill my adoptive father, that man who fancied himself a gentleman, George Joestar. When I lost my options, I chose to murder him with poison, but in the primary stages, I had imagined a murder using the stone mask. I would put the stone mask on his head while he slept, splash blood upon it, thus activating it. If a brain was stabbed by all those bone needles, I thought, that person should die. At least by normal rationale, they would. If George Joestar was sent to his next life in this manner, the primary suspect would be he who studies that stone mask, as well as, apparently, the only one that knew of the stone mask's mechanism. The man's son, Jonathan Joestar. If Jonathan fell under suspicion and a case was built against him, he would of course lose his inheritance, and then, as the only son left, I would inherit everything. Or rather, I would have succeeded in my plan to take it. This outline of events seemed quite effective at first glance, and I was nearly convinced of employing this idea, but the more I advanced my thinking, I couldn't help but notice a large fault in this plan. If the heir, Jonathan Joestar, killed the head of his family, his own father, and he used a lethal weapon to kill him systematically, it was clear as day that the family name would suffer. The family's work as traders would surely be lost. It wasn't only the Joestar family fortune I wanted, it was also their honor and renown. At the very least, I didn't intend to inherit a family name with a bad reputation. Therefore, I abandoned this plan and decided to have George Joestar die by poison. At the time, I figured the method I had most experience with would be best. And then, I had thought of having Jonathan meet with some accident after the excitement had cooled down. Perhaps I really should have gone with the original plan. Even if it wasn't for that letter. Maybe it was a bit short-sighted to kill my adoptive father with the same method I used with my biological father. No, that's not right. My mistake was, well, there were several mistakes, but the largest mistake was that I never realized that it was not George Joestar whom I should have killed first, but Jonathan Joestar. My decision to kill Jonathan first, in the end, was largely made after my plan was exposed. All in all, it was not my best, if I may say so myself, as if I would ever really feel a sense of friendship towards him. Anyhow, I decided to revive a part of that plan, to use the stone mask, and to kill Jonathan Joestar. I will continue this tomorrow. Or perhaps I will be too busy tomorrow, so the next day. Because of the Joestars, my plan is not progressing as smoothly as I'd hoped. Entry 33. 4 remain of the stand users that Enya the Hag sent out to confront the Joestar group. Empress, Wheel of Fortune, Hanged Man, Emperor. The user of Hanged Man, Jay Guile, is Enya's son, and if I were to be so bold, his utterly wicked nature is a rare gift. Whole Horse, who uses Emperor, has a breezy personality that does not fall under good nor evil. It doesn't seem like something that would connect to the method for going to heaven, but I have a personal attachment to him, which makes him hard to let go of. To speak openly, I do not want to lose them. Actually, I think the chance of Whole Horse and Jay Guile working together and defeating the Joestar group is quite good. I, Dio, predict it. I've pondered why the assassins Enya and I sent to kill the Joestars have been defeated themselves. I believe the answer to be quite simple. It is merely a difference in numbers. They are a team. That difference would surely be an advantage in stand battles, would it not? This may be a bold assertion, but normally in battles between humans, difference in numbers is fundamental to victory. The problem in stand battles is that it is difficult for fellow stand users to form tag teams. The worst stand users want to hide their stand abilities. And I say that like it is something only other people do, but there are actually only a scant few that know my ability, the world. Enya, the Darby brothers. Did I tell Pucci the other day? The reason why one would want to hide their ability is because any strengths are directly related to weaknesses. So if you are to form a team, a partnership, you must tell your teammates everything about that ability. In other words, you must reveal your weaknesses. No one wants to make their weaknesses public. That is why most stand users act alone. Even I, Dio, do not know all about my subordinates' abilities. I may have formed this organization with myself at the top, but it's likely that everyone has trump cards that they are hiding. As a fundamental rule, stand users will often grow arrogant with their abilities and have a tendency to look down on others. On the other hand, stand users that can act in a group are extremely rare. The Joestar group seems to be a collection of such people. The only other stand users who can act in teams, as far as I know, are the Oingo and Boingo brothers. And the man with the rare quality among stand users in that he does not look down on others. The man who would rather be number 2 than number 1, Whole Horse. And because of that, the partnership between Whole Horse and Jay Guile is strong. It may be possible for them to completely eliminate the Joestar group, not to mention that the traitor Polnareff wants revenge on Jay Guile for his sister. There is a good possibility that Polnareff will act alone, and if his estrangement from the others cracks open a weakness in their teamwork, opportunity arises. I await good news. I await the delivery of Joestar blood. Entry 34. Enya the Hag gave me a proposal for a strategy actually worth listening to.
Lord Dio, my son and his friend are currently targeting the Joestars and the others, but there is also a plan I would like to enact behind the scenes. We may have suffered consecutive losses, but I am certain that the assassin stand users we've sent to them have done damage and never given them any time to relax their attention. Right now, they are surely doing all they can just to secure their own safety, which means their headquarters must be vulnerable. By headquarters, I mean Japan. Holly Kujo is currently in the care of the Speedwagon Foundation, but there are no stand users among them. And the only stand user there, Holly, cannot control her stand. In other words, eliminating that woman, eliminating the woman of the Joestar family, is possible. Once we've finished her off, we will airlift the body to Cairo. And if you drink that corpse's Joestar blood, Lord Dio, you would adapt to Jonathan's body much faster, would you not? And with the death of the daughter or the mother they were trying so hard to save, Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo will lose morale, becoming empty shells with no will to fight. What do you think? I have already dispatched several stand users there. All I need is your permission, Lord Dio, and we can show you the death of Holly Kujo at any time. Please, consider it.
Quite a suggestion, Enya. A malicious and crooked suggestion that even I, Dio, would not think of. It is quite vexing, but I suppose you could say this is the wisdom of the elderly. Giving me this idea the old hag was a step or two ahead of me. I may have lived for 100 years, but that old hag is so cunning that it makes me think she may have lived even longer. A low-life father would adore her. I like her sort of woman far more than holy women like my mother or Irina. If Enya were a little younger, perhaps more than a little, then I would like to bear children with her for the sake of my goal of attaining heaven. I postponed my response. But to tell the truth, I intend to reject this suggestion. If it goes well, as it is likely to, it would be a magnificent plan. But if by some twist of fate things go wrong, if it does not go as planned, I would find myself in very troubling circumstances. I carelessly laid hands on Irina. It became fuel to make Jonathan grow. That spoilt boy grew enough to defeat me. So if I carelessly lay hands on this holy woman, whose name is almost literally holy, Holly Joestar, it is possible that the same growth could be engendered in Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo. Never laying hands on holy women brings better luck. Of course, I, Dio, am to partake of her blood, but I must not do so too hurriedly. I must not repeat the same mistake. Just as I should have killed Jonathan Joestar before killing George Joestar, I must eliminate Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo before killing Holly Kujo. Enya is sure to be disappointed, but I will make up for that elsewhere. I now need just to wait for a report from her son. Entry 35. More time has opened up, so I will continue my entry from a few days ago. The story of what I remember from a century ago. I decided to kill Jonathan Joestar, who was raised like a brother to me in the same house, who even was legally my brother. And I planned to kill him using the stone mask. The reason was that he had exposed my plan to kill George Joestar, but even if that had not happened, I would still have had to kill him eventually, and so I just did what was necessary. That was it. Whatever was necessary. It wasn't an emotional choice. I wasn't conflicted about it either. A few days after this transpired, I stopped being human, but thinking back, I may have already stopped being human at this point. Actually, was there ever really a time when I was human at all? When I lived in that wretched town with that foolish mother and that low-life father, was there any humanity? In that dog-eat-dog world, were there any humans? I cannot even say that my mother's behavior was human-like either. But, wait. As Pucci would say, the desire to go to heaven is what makes a human human. Then, I suppose, Mother was a human, and perhaps even as a vampire with not one drop of humanity left in him, am I, Dio, also then a human? I think this is actually quite an interesting philosophical discussion, but I will only be writing about facts here. I will write only of the fact that I failed to kill Jonathan even with the stone mask. Now that I think about it, this notebook is starting to become simply a record of my failures, but nevertheless, no matter how many times one fails, as long as one wins in the end, that is enough. The stone mask was not a tool for murder to begin with. A single splash of blood produced from within the mask, needles aimed at the brain. It seemed to me originally that it could only be some sort of ancient torture device, like an Iron Maiden, but at the very last minute, truly the very last, the final instant, I realized that it was not. I am glad I did not use that stone mask for the murder of George Joestar. Jonathan was looking for the source of the oriental poison with which I killed my father and was attempting to kill my adoptive father, venturing onto Ogre Street at risk to life and limb. Meanwhile, I wandered the city at night, drunk, stumbling, bottle in hand. With my plan exposed and Jonathan now en route to finding evidence of my plan, I could not help but drink. But the more I drank, the more I lost my temper. I lost my temper at myself for drinking just like that piece of garbage father of mine. I felt like I was going to drown in self-loathing. Whether he obtained evidence or not, I did not waver in my decision to kill Jonathan. I knew how unlikely it was that he would return from Ogre Street alive, but that consolation did not ease my mind very much. My plan was already in disarray. My life was in disarray. After 7 years, my future was, and I, Dio, was at the brink of ruin. Knowing that, even if I did kill Jonathan with the stone mask, even if I killed him and made it look like an accident, It felt like it wouldn't mean much of anything. In this mood, I got involved with two men that were in my path. They were the type I would normally pay no heed to whatsoever, but in my childhood I was actually used to picking a fight with such people. So first I tried ignoring them, but the words they spoke made me, Dio, enraged.
Hey, you listening, young brat? Hobbling all over the place like that. Or you should sit close to your mummy when you're going outside.
Mummy. Mother. My mother. The moment I comprehended those words, I bashed him over the head with the liquor bottle. My writing has become a bit disorderly. I will continue this tomorrow. I will discuss the human experimentation I performed tomorrow. Entry 36. Right now, J-Guile and Whole Horse, in partnership, attack the Joestars. I have yet to receive a report on how it went, so, with genuine pleasure, I will continue from where I left off yesterday. They've been disrupting my plans non-stop recently. However, thanks to that, it has become easier to remember things from 100 years ago, because it has truly been 100 years since I felt such anxiety. As someone whose emotions run high in conflict, I beat them mercilessly. I hadn't had a fight like that since my fist fight with Jonathan 7 years earlier. But your body never forgets techniques learned as a child, no matter how much time passes. Be that as it may, I could not deny my numerical handicap. I planned on beating the first one, and then finishing off the other. Stand battle or not, numbers mean everything in a fight, so you make a 1-on-2 fight into 2 1-on-1 fights. This is a fundamental aspect of street fighting. On the second man, I placed the weapon I was still carrying, with which I had planned to kill Jonathan, the stone mask. I stabbed the first man, who had been cowering away, with another weapon I had, a simple knife, and then I coated the stone mask in his blood. And that was my second slice of bread, wasn't it? The second and the third slices of bread. As I expected, it had a bland taste. To get into details, even using the knife and the stone mask to kill them directly, more directly than my father, I can say it did not feel any more real. Had I not been drunk on that roadside, I doubt I would have overtly committed murder. But while it may have been fueled by the liquor and been an utter fluke, it was good. Had I not committed murder there, I most likely would have placed the stone mask on Jonathan like I originally planned. And when I think what would have happened had I done that, I shiver. Perhaps it would be more correct to say I would shudder. Just thinking that I, Dio, and Jonathan, that our fates could have switched, is quite interesting. The one who became an immortal vampire may have been Jonathan, and then the one who became a Hamon master, in order to exterminate him, may have been me, Dio. Intersecting fates, reversing fates. Of course, while this is fascinating to think about, nothing of the sort actually happened. If it had happened, it would have been unbearable in an entirely unamusing way. But I digress. Now then, the results of the human experiment. Once sprayed with blood, the needles instantly sprung out of the stone mask, and the needles pierced the man's brain. At that moment, the stone mask glowed. It emitted a blindingly bright light. I thought at that moment it was just an illusion, much like how a superb painting or a sculpture can seem like it is emitting light. But I was wrong. Having thought the man dead the moment the needles dug into his brain, I turned my back on him to pick up my hat which had fallen off during the fight. And in that moment, he got up and attacked me, with terrific power. With a body that had returned to its youth, with a body that did not feel pain, with an unbelievable strength that crushed my collarbone just by grazing it, he attacked me with the intent to kill. No, that's not right. He was not trying to kill me. He was trying to eat me. If the sun had risen just a few seconds later, I would likely have become the first slice of bread to that vampire I had accidentally created. Being an ordinary human at the time, with obviously no way of using Hamon techniques, I had no means of resistance against a vampire, a being which had surpassed humanity. The risen sun turned the man's body to ash, to dust, and he disappeared. And so I learned that the weakness of that mighty life form was the sun. It had all been a coincidence. There was no intention or plan. My learning of the stone mask's secret and my learning of a vampire's weakness was all pure coincidence. One could call it nothing but the result of some mistakes. But when that many coincidences pile up, it becomes design. When that many failures pile up, it becomes something like a success. That is what I believe. Entry 37. Even after all that, I still had no intention of donning the stone mask myself. It did, of course, allow one to obtain great power and an immortal body, but the sacrifices were too great. By referencing Jonathan's research notebooks, it most probably did something like this. The stone mask brings out the latent potential of the human brain. The potential of the brain. The human brain is an organ which still holds many mysteries. The idea that the stone mask's needles had the function of awakening a sleeping ability which we humans never knew of did not take long to deduce. Awakening the brain. Pushing the brain. That is what the stone mask was made to do. But even knowing that, there were still many unknowns. I had still only performed a single experiment on humans, so I never even thought of using that mysterious mask on myself. However, I was driven into a situation where I had no other choice. After my experiment had ended, after my drunken wandering had ended, one could say, what awaited me at the Joestar residence was Jonathan Joestar, having returned safely from Ogre Street. Safely for him, not for me. He had brought with him the Chinaman that had sold me the poison, as well as a friend he seemed to have made on Ogre Street. I was utterly cornered. Checkmated, if you will. But I had known this would be the outcome. Knowing the sort of man Jonathan Joestar was, I had known much earlier that I was cornered. Nevertheless, I did not care for cowardice. The thought of not returning to the mansion and fleeing never occurred to me. I would never run from a man like him. In order to fight Jonathan, I returned to the Joestar mansion, a place that now held only death for me. I obtained an antidote. In other words, I've gotten proof, Dio. I do this with a heavy heart. Although I cannot say we ever really got along, you and I grew up like brothers. But now, I'm forced to hand you over to the police. Jonathan said something along those lines. He really did seem reluctant, or rather sad, when he saw me. It's too bad, Dio. It really is. You may not understand, but that is how I truly feel, Dio. How? How can I express this? To have these apparently kind words spoken to me from the man I intended to square off against. I wonder if Jonathan could imagine how much it hurt me, how much it wounded me. Those sad eyes, those compassionate eyes, just how he bruised me, I doubt Jonathan could ever know. But I did not become enraged. I endured Jonathan's insult, and to Jonathan I said, Entry 38. I have received an unexpected report. That is why my last entry ended so abruptly. If this notebook is to be something like a memorandum or a commonplace novel, then there is little meaning in fussing over connections and jumps, but all the same, it feels unpleasant to break stride. Still, it was necessary. Something has happened about which I must write first, something displeasing. I have received word that the team of J. Guile and Whole Horse, that very rare partnership of two stand users, was beaten by the Joestars. And it happened several days ago, it seems. There is a reason that this information only just reached me. An unavoidable, permissible excuse, to which I, Dio, can only say, in that case, it cannot be helped. That is because the person who was supposed to report the information to me, Enya the Hag, went out of her senses the moment she heard it. Defeat. Whole Horse fled, being, apparently, still able to make such a choice. Enya's son, J. Guile, was impaled by Jean-Pierre Polnareff's silver chariot. He has claimed his revenge, but her son was killed. So even that witch can be sad. Even that witch can be a mother. Even though she is not a holy woman, she could still be a mother. Anyhow, another subordinate that couldn't help but overhear her screams of anguish later gave me a report of the situation. Thankfully, despite the loss, the partnership did claim one victory. The report said that he, whom one may call the crux of the Joestar group, the fortune teller Avdol, was eliminated. Considering that only J. Guile died and Whole Horse survived, then both sides suffered one loss. Therefore, I believe that we are even. Lives, souls, are things that can be added and subtracted, and they certainly can't be divided, but regarding our side's numbers, I believe I could actually call this something of a victory. Something of a victory. Yes, something of a victory. I want to call it that. But now, Enya the Hag, whom one may call the crux of my organization, has lost her senses. I therefore cannot say the result was balanced between the two sides. We've suffered major damage. Catastrophic damage. In all honesty, it is damage I do not anticipate we can recover from. Right now, the Empress is using her stand ability to pursue the Joestar group, but I wonder about the outcome. Just how functional can an organization be once the chain of command is lost? It seems the time has come. It seems I must make a serious effort. It is I, after all, that has the fated connection with the Joestar family, and it seems that connection must be severed directly. I must formulate a strategy like I did 100 years ago, like I had to. A plan to take everything from the Joestar household, but I must first do something about Enya, about that mother who has lost her child, lost her mind. Entry 39. There are a great many things I should write, so much that I'm unsure where I should begin. This notebook is ultimately a record of the way to attain heaven. In this manner, it is different from the research notebook Jonathan kept regarding the stone mask. That's why there really isn't a need to write a detailed description of each and every little thing regarding the stone mask, and I feel that even if I write in detail about my mental states from 100 years ago, it will only serve to put me in a bad mood. And now my current situation is starting to get worse as well. Perhaps I should temporarily suspend my search for the way to heaven. Maybe I should devote my attention to my battle with the Joestar family. Perhaps I should. Objectively and rationally, that is the correct choice. Attaining heaven is not something I can enact in the next few days at any rate. It is a long-term plan with no end in sight. Therefore, the correct thing to do is to put it off for now. But that rationality is displeasing to me. Saying it and writing it makes me sick. The correctness is fundamentally irritating. For the sake of those people, Jonathan's grandson and his grandson, and the rest of their group, I must depart from my original plan. To act prudent and delay heaven of my own volition isn't something that should be happening, and should I admit that, Dio is no longer Dio. Therefore, I will persist in working towards my goal. Now, without any more delay, I will continue from where I left off. I was cornered by Jonathan. I was pitied by Jonathan, but I endured that humiliation and I decided to exploit it. I pretended to act gracious, and in the opportunity that created, I tried to stab and kill him with a knife. I could no longer think about consequences. It was time to kill Jonathan. At that point, that was all I could think about, but Jonathan was meticulously prepared. He had already brought a squad of police officers into the mansion. Actually, I doubt that was Jonathan's idea. Undoubtedly, that was the idea of the friend he brought with him from Ogre Street. Speedwagon. That person said this to me, while I, Dio, continued my performance to try to draw out even more sympathy from Jonathan. He kicked a candlestick at me and said this: "This guy stinks! He reeks of a stench that's worse than vomit. I've never met anyone so evil. His circumstances made him evil? I don't think so. This guy was born evil. Mr. Joestar, you should just hurry and hand him over to the police." Such correct words. It may have been a different place, but he was raised in the bottom rung of society as well. He saw through me, Dio, perfectly. Be that as it may, I did not think we could understand each other. I could not imagine us ever walking side by side. And perhaps I was indeed born evil. I'm sure I was. Even I think so. At the very least, as far back as I can remember, I do not know a time when I was pure, when I was a good person, or a time when I was innocent. I always made fun of my saintly mother, and in my life up to that point I had not really amassed any good deeds. If anything, in the 7 years I spent at the Joestar residence, when I donned the mask of being a good student, I acted like a fairly good boy, but that was all done in order to usurp the Joestar family fortune. So I don't suppose one could call any of that a good deed. It was insincere, which may be even worse than being directly, purely evil. So, Speedwagon was correct. I was born evil. His words rang utterly true, but in every other point that person was wrong. He was off the mark. Even if I was born evil, even if mine is a cursed soul, he could not say the environment I was born in and grew up in were not awful. I am evil, and my circumstances were bad. There is no contradiction. It is consistent. After that, I put on the stone mask. I would cease to be human, but, surprisingly, perhaps the thing that spurred me to do it was that man, Speedwagon. When I think about it that way, it is a bit odd. Fate is something that seems tightly fixed, but actually, with just little mistakes, it can be easily changed. Entry 40. I pierced Enya the hag with a flesh bud. That was the only way for me to return her to sanity, or that was what I thought. In the end, her sanity did not return. She only got a bit better. I also received news that Empress and Wheel of Fortune have lost to the Joestars, and now Enya has finally gone to eliminate them herself. Without discussing or reporting it to me at all, I wonder what the outcome will be. Enya the Hag's justice is a stand ability which allows her to simultaneously manipulate a large number of corpses. Therefore, in a way, it rivals the stone mask. If one were to fight it head on, I don't think there is any stand that could beat it. And even if they don't fight head on, I doubt the result would change. that old woman's stand can overcome the numerical disadvantage of being one versus many. The only thing I am worried about, as there was no way around it, is that I had to use a flesh bud. Her stand power will weaken as a result, and that is something to be concerned about. I don't much feel like writing in my notebook today. I will continue this tomorrow. Entry 41.
Dio, I heard everything. It really is a pity. I was indebted to your father, and I had every intention of giving you the same love, and holding the same expectations for you as my own son. I'm going to my room to rest. I do not want to see my son arrested.
Those are words I remember from my adoptive father. George Joestar's words. Like his son Jonathan, he looked at me with sad eyes. Yes, there was no lie in those words. He truly was sad. And I think he really didn't want to see me being arrested, because I think his having the same love and expectations for me as with Jonathan was not a lie either. Upon writing this, I've realized something. Did George Joestar really never catch on to my plan, to his own adopted son's wicked thoughts? And what he said just before about the man he said he was indebted to, Dario Brando. He knew he was not indebted to him. He knew he had been robbed by him. Even knowing that, he continued to say he was indebted to my father, would take charge of his son, and show him love. He was the sort of man that could do such things. Then perhaps, even knowing that his adopted son was trying to kill him, and trying to gain control of his house and family fortune, he could still love me as a son, as a real son. The medicine I gave him, perhaps he swallowed it, knowing that it was poison and not medicine. That is quite a frightening thought. If he kept taking that poison all the while hoping I would just give up on my plan, that I would have a change of heart, that terrifying thought is filled with far more madness than anything I, Dio, have ever conjured. It's different from kindness or gentleness. It's insane love. Just how much did that giver intend to give me? I expect I really am thinking too deeply into this. I truly doubt anyone would ever do such a thing. That is beyond the realm of sainthood. This father's love overshadowed even that of my mother's, but I still think. I think that this father, whom I killed immediately afterwards in protecting his real son, this father that was killed by his adopted son, quite likely went to heaven. The same heaven that I don't think even my mother went to. And perhaps there he reunited with Dario Brando, perhaps the two fathers reunited. If that's the case, I wonder what they're talking about. I'm starting to feel unwell. I will continue tomorrow. Entry 42. Cornered and pitied by both George and Jonathan Joestar, I decided to don the stone mask myself. I decided to cease being human. If it were only the Joestar father and son in the mansion at the time, or if it were only them and Speedwagon, I think I would have chosen not to put on the stone mask and just fought as a normal human. But in that situation, with a squad of policemen carrying guns, there did not seem to be any other viable options. This was not something I planned ahead. They forced me to don the stone mask. One could say they made me quit being human, but one could also say that I was only able to do it because they pushed me that far. I was able to reject my humanity. I believe I said something like this to Jonathan. All I want is for you to be the one to put the handcuffs on me. and I beckoned him closer. After that, yes, I continued, like this. Jojo, there are limits to a human's abilities. What I've learned in my short life is that the more a human schemes, the more those schemes will fall apart due to unforeseen circumstances. I must become something that surpasses humans. Even now, those feelings have not changed in me. The more one schemes, the more one's schemes will fall apart due to unforeseen circumstances. But after a century, I have an addendum to that. Even after becoming something that transcends humanity, in the end, the more I scheme, the more my schemes fall apart still due to unforeseen circumstances. Even now, they are falling apart again. The path to heaven. Because of the Joestar family, my plan, which should have been perfect, is once again falling apart due to unforeseen circumstances, as if they are inevitable. In any case, with Jonathan right in front of me, I put on the stone mask. Right before Jonathan's eyes, I rejected my humanity. I had intended to quit being human by bathing in his blood, but instead I bathed in George Joestar's blood. The father protected the son. And then the needles pierced my brain. Entry 43. I received a report from Steely Dan that Enya the Hag's justice was defeated by Jotaro Kujo's Star Platinum. It seems the flesh buds did indeed have a side effect. I ordered Steely Dan to finish off Enya the Hag. I do only what has to be done. I did only what had to be done. It did not produce any emotion, but when thinking about what comes next, I do indeed worry. All of the jobs I had entrusted to Enya will now stop. Just thinking about it is mentally exhausting. I'm going to rest for a bit. Entry 44. Whoever wears the stone mask when it is activated becomes a vampire, without exception. But how much of their conscious mind remains from before seems to depend on the person. For example, the man who was the target of my accidental human experiment. As far as I know, the first victim of the stone mask became something not much different from a zombie, even though he was turned into a vampire, an incarnation of appetite and a lust for slaughter. I was also quite disoriented during that fight, so I cannot say this with certainty, but I think I can justifiably say that he lost his sanity and sense of reason. He did not have a fragment of personality left. Perhaps his hunger made him only temporarily lose his rationality, but my personal experiences of donning the stone mask don't align with this hypothesis. So, it would seem that depending on the strength of one's mind, the effect differs from individual to individual. While there are those who lose their ego when the needles push on their brain, who become a monster in both mind and body, there are also those who are able to become a vampire and maintain their sanity. I say these things with myself as a counterexample. On the other hand, I may have already lost my sanity, my ego, and my rationality long before I wore the stone mask. One cannot judge one's own sanity, after all. But I am fine as long as I remain myself, even if I have ceased being human. If I am me, that is enough, as long as I remain the proud self that I am, Dio. Not Dio Brando, not Dio Joestar, D-I-O. As long as I continue being purely Dio, that is what matters above all else. Cornered into putting on the stone mask 100 years ago, I might go so far as to call it an act of desperation. But still I am fortunate that my reason, that myself still remained intact. My good fortune ends there, though. Exactly there. Because after that, mere minutes after that, I wound up losing to Jonathan Joestar's explosive power. Even though I was able to eradicate the police squadron with my vampiric power, I was incinerated by Jonathan Joestar, along with the entire Joestar mansion. In that mansion, which held 7 years of memories, I became nothing more than embers. To be precise, it was not the flames that killed me. If it were only flames, I could have escaped. With a vampire's healing ability, I should have been able to escape, but I couldn't. I was trapped, held in that wretched Joestar mansion by its guardian spirit, the goddess of love, and under her watchful and tormenting gaze, skewered on her terrible lance, I, Dio, was immolated. Entry 45. Yesterday's entry makes me feel embarrassed. Under the watchful and tormenting gaze of the goddess of love, skewered on her terrible lance, I was immolated. Even as a rhetorical description, it's only narcissistic to be so verbose. What in the world was I trying to write? Literature or something? It was nothing like that. I was simply defeated by Jonathan's good luck. Luck, and maybe an unconscious will, or perhaps subconscious is a better word. The kind of thoughtless, instinctive will that could use a mere decoration, a statue of the goddess of love in the mansion's lobby, as the stratagem of my defeat. He did not plan it, but it worked. That is all that matters. I will write only the factual account of how he, with his flesh and blood body, subjugated me, the immortal vampire, without any odd indulgences. I will write what are purely facts. After seeing my body shrugging off the police's volley of bullets like it was nothing, after seeing my recovery, he thought, it seems, of trying to burn me to death. And ordinary flames would not be enough. He tried to kill me with huge flames that would burn down the entire mansion. I can only assume that man intended to go down with me. A double suicide, one might call it. By sacrificing himself, he intended to make sure I would be completely burned away and not escape. And yet, Jonathan survived. The only way I can explain that I alone was incinerated, the only way I can explain that fate, that division of light and dark, is that he had good luck and I had bad luck. Earlier I was talking about the subconscious, about how Jonathan instinctively used a decoration of the mansion in which he had lived all that time, but my knowledge of the mansion's structure was no worse than Jonathan's. Yet he survived, and I died. What was the difference? Does luck really decide everything? Is perhaps being allowed into heaven also decided on such terms? Those with good luck can go to heaven, and those with bad luck cannot. Is that all? Regardless of nobility or pride, regardless of good works or humanity? I do wonder with what sort of meaning my mother used the word heaven to begin with. It's not something to be thinking about at this point, but my understanding of it is too vague. It is truly hard for me to think of it as the heaven, usually based on religious devotion. Did it simply mean a happier place than here? And truth be told, you could find a place better than that town pretty much anywhere, couldn't you? You could make the extreme argument that all places besides that one were heaven. To take one step outside the Brando house, to take just one step into that bottom-rung town, for her, that became happiness. She was able to go to heaven. My mother was like an ascetic monk, performing penance in order to achieve enlightenment, the way she lived and died in that town. Was that love, or some such thing? Love for my father, and love for me, and love for the inhabitants of that town, like a holy woman? Was it something like that? If everything is based on luck, then making a record like this, as well as groping for a way to attain heaven, loses all meaning. Because no matter how much I've thought about it, no matter how much I rack my brains, no matter how much I've schemed, due to unforeseen circumstances, due to unpredictable developments, everything will come to nothing. Luck. Perhaps my bad luck started when I was born to Dario Brando and that foolish mother of mine. Perhaps it started even earlier than my birth, when they met. And Jonathan's good luck started, yes, when he was born as the heir to the Joestar family. So then, is birth everything? Is your upbringing everything? I suppose Speedwagon's opinion was incorrect after all. Perhaps it is the environment that is everything. Or perhaps being born evil is equal to being born into bad circumstances. Is your entry to heaven predicated on your birth? I had decided that my mother certainly could not have gone to heaven, but what if she did, based on evaluation of good works during her lifetime? Or perhaps some other reason I didn't pay any mind to. If that is the case, I am doing something extremely useless and meaningless. Should I just throw this notebook away altogether? Perhaps that would be for the best. Maybe I can get there without doing anything. And if I can't, then, no matter what I do, I still won't be able to. As the Japanese say, muda. The effort is useless. What if that is all there is to it? Entry 46. Even if that is all there is to it for now, I am going to pursue what I have to its end. Even if there is no meaning to it, I can at least complete it, to take pleasure in the humor of it when rereading it later, and perhaps Pucci or whoever reads this will laugh with me then. Because after I've beaten the Joestar group and completely adapted to my body, I may lose meaning in my life. So in preparation for such a time, I think I should prepare a bit of humor for the sake of a better life. All the same, I'm a bit shaken up. My failures, frustrating enough to begin with, are not very pleasant to remember and write down. In order to reclaim calmness, today I will only be writing about current events. I'll only be talking about what happened in these last few days. Steely Dan's Lovers has been defeated. So have Sun and Death 13. Judgment and High Priestess are already on the move, but I do not think that they can stop the Joestars, not in the least. These people that were originally direct subordinates of Enya the Hag are now acting on their own. They don't wait for me, Dio, to issue them commands. They are bloodthirsty and hungry to be acknowledged as the person who defeated the Joestars. I might go so far as to say things are in a runaway state. Having lost control of them, I have no way of stopping them. Perhaps I should have used flesh buds on them before they became like this, but of course the downside of that has already been proven. Lastly, the stand. The Fool, that is, its user, the dog, Iggy, was, as expected, secured by the Speedwagon Foundation. Speedwagon. That man. Even after his death, he causes me trouble. When I look at this foundation he created, no matter how evil a man he tried to be, I wonder if that man was an inheritor or a giver. I've really betrayed my promise to myself. This is ludicrous. I must stop thinking. of the past. In any case, it is likely that Iggy will join the Joestars in the near future. It may seem like there has been nothing but bad news, but I have received good news as well. Similar to Iggy, and I suppose the orangutan user of strength, I have found another animal stand user who uses the stand Horus. It is a hawk. I have named him Pet Shop and given him the duty of guarding this mansion. And alongside Pet Shop, I have called all 9 major Egyptian gods into my service. They are all of a different tier than Enya's subordinates. I think I will gather them all into the mansion before the perishing of the last stand users whom Enya gathered, while they can still risk their lives to buy me time. Oh yes, I must call Whole Horse, him alone. Entry 47. We have decided on a day for Pucci to return once again to my mansion. I'll try to form a firm definition in my mind of what heaven is by the time he arrives. What is heaven? Entry 48. Now that I have calmed down, I will continue writing about 100 years ago. I lost. To Jonathan. No, to the Joestars, father and son. I lost. I died. I was killed. But I did not die. I was not killed. I survived. At the very last moment, a pillar, which had broken due to the fire, destroyed the goddess who had skewered me. And so, I just managed to survive. If one could call that good luck, this is like that Chinaman said, I have good luck. I suppose that's what it was. I was in a state from which I could not recover for some time, a state that seemed beyond recovery, but regardless, I survived. I lived on. My life continued, not as a human, but it continued, and it continues on now. I did not simply escape death. I survived. For a time, I had to hide myself. I had become an immortal vampire with a powerful ability to recover from any damage, but being restored from the verge of death took time and required considerable life force. So, while I gained servants like Jack the Ripper and drank the blood of young women, I simply waited for my body to recover. And I recovered. And I waited for the day I would have my revenge on Jonathan. But while I was doing that, while I was putting all of my efforts into restoring my body, Jonathan acquired those ridiculous Hamon abilities. The energy of the sun, in a way a celebration of humanity, or one could also call it life, or the soul itself. Those techniques are specialized for exterminating vampires, and he acquired them. I may have written this before, but the man who taught him those techniques was named William A. Zeppeli, Jonathan's new master. From what I've heard, Jonathan met up again with Irina Pendleton for the first time in many years, and was walking a pathway with her when he found Zeppeli, sitting, waiting. Jonathan, injured from our fight in the mansion, had many broken bones, but Zeppeli healed them all. Then he informed Jonathan that I, Dio, also survived the mansion fire. Moreover, to defeat me forever, he also said that Jonathan must learn the principles of Hamon. What a laugh. No, I cannot even laugh at it. It honestly makes me angry. It seems that no matter what, Jonathan is still an inheritor. He never had to search for a method to defeat me. He never had to travel deep into the mountains of Tibet and ask to be trained. Far from it, the fact that I, the one person he could call his arch-enemy, was still alive, was not something he had to learn by himself. In fact, I'm sure he thought something in this vein. I'll just try to quickly forget all about Dio and the stone mask. That's who he was. The kind of man that would separate himself from murder. The type of man that could forget the taste of the bread he ate. The type that would carelessly try to return to his daily life. And I, Dio, would be thankful for that. But Zeppeli gave him Hammon. From Zeppeli he inherited Hammon and the fate of the stone mask. He was still an inheritor. He himself never moved. He was either given or inherited everything that changed his life. Jonathan Joestar lived a lazy, spoilt life. When I look at it that way, it seems my drunkard father and Jonathan Joestar actually have something in common. There is also the secondary comparison that to both, I was an arch enemy. However, the comparison ends there. My father was a taker, like me. Essentially, if you were to probe into the battle between Jonathan and myself, you would find that it was ultimately a battle between takers and inheritors. And if you go further and consider that I lost, you would see that in the end, no matter how we may try, the takers cannot win against the inheritors, much like the have-nots cannot win against the haves. Don't you agree? No, that's not right. It is certainly true that I lost in the short run, but my battle against the Joestars is not yet over. It continues, even now. Entry 49. Geb, Endul, Knum, Oingo, Toth, Boingo, Anubis, Masterless, Bastet, Maria, Setan, Alessi, Osiris, Daniel J. Darby, Atum, Terence T. Darby, Horus, Pet Shop. The 9 major Egyptian gods. I have them, as well as whole horse, gathered at my mansion. Truly, something I could call a masterpiece, like the Leonardo da Vinci fresco, The Last Supper. If these 10 stands formed a team and attacked at once, even I would not stand a chance. But that will not happen. They won't form a team. They won't form cliques. Stand users are extremely afraid of other stand users learning their abilities. Some of those here have the resourcefulness to form teams, as I said before, but they are the exceptions to the rule. Whole Horse and the Oingo and Boingo brothers. I've informed them of what actions to take next. With the Joestars likely having broken past Judgment and High Priestess and reached Egypt, I have directed the 9 Egyptian gods to ambush and eliminate them. This is also for the sake of allowing me to safely meet with Pucci and buy me time to find the path to heaven, and of course, time to adapt to Jonathan's body. Regardless of the reason, I still cannot say that I am in the best condition to meet the enemy, which has proven itself to be a force far stronger than anticipated. According to reports, it seems that the Speedwagon Foundation has caught wind of this meeting. In other words, they have alerted the Joestars about this mansion that I, Dio, am living in. I am repulsed by the idea of running, but for now it seems that getting away from here may be a good idea. I'll call Kenny G and Vanilla Ice as well. Vanilla Ice in particular is a trump card, but you never know what may happen. Entry 50. I'm going to write what I gathered from yesterday's meeting here. Perhaps I should have written this in yesterday's entry, but it took time to gather my thoughts. I had a rather wild idea, even by my standards. No, actually. I think I will sleep on this idea for another day. I have a bad habit of being over-eager. I've sidestepped a lot of topics and let the reader down often, haven't I? regarding my search for the path to heaven and other topics, well, today I will only record facts. The meeting played out as expected. Judgment and High Priestess have lost to the Joestar group, and even more bad news arrived. It seems that Muhammad Avdol, the master of Magician's Red, whom Jaegile and Whole Horse had supposedly eliminated, was still alive. More frustratingly, he is not alive by happenstance or by accident. It was the result of Joseph Joestar's tricky plan. Avdol was only pretending to have died at the behest of Jonathan's grandson, and I, unfortunately, was taken in by his plan. Because of that, they managed to reach Egypt. To think that Avdol pretended to be dead and secretly prepared a submarine. What a bizarre plan. High Priestess, to her credit, discovered this plan and destroyed the submarine, but she fell just short of retiring Jotaro for good. Instead, he defeated her, so said the report. As an aside, I've noticed something in myself that I've been ignoring. A part of myself that is calmly accepting the bad news. A part that is able to, in some way, take it as good news. I said that Joseph Joestar's plan was tricky, which makes it sound cute. But thinking it through, such tricks are based on deceit. And Jotaro Kujo, he's displayed great mercilessness by harming a woman to an irrecoverable state because she was his enemy. And Joseph too also beat the female stand user Empress without hesitation. These ungentlemanly actions would be completely unthinkable for Jonathan or George Joestar, or indeed any man of dignity, a century ago. So I can rest easy. Even these inheritors did not inherit all of Jonathan's metal. At some point, some of it, perhaps even most of it, was worn away. Then they are not worth fearing. Surely they will be eliminated by one of the 9 Egyptian gods, perhaps quite easily, such as by Andul alone. I am looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will organize my thoughts. Entry 51. The stand abilities of the 9 Egyptian gods, even the similar stands of the Darby brothers, are all unique. Yesterday I hypothesized about what would happen if they all attacked together, but depending on how their abilities are used, even one could very well have the fortitude to directly oppose me, Dio, and my stand. Among them, the one I most have my eye on is Boingo's Toth. Boingo is quite shy, or rather, he has a tendency to be distrustful of others. Since he only ever opens up to his elder brother, Oingo, it has been difficult even for me to question him. The stand ability, Toth, to the best that I can describe it, is predicting the future. The stand is in the form of a book. And within that book, the future appears in the form of crude drawings. Its weaknesses are that it may only predict the very near future, and it also does not have any attack power whatsoever, but this ability to predict is more than dangerous enough. Boingo told me it is impossible for the future to deviate from Toth's drawings. The predictions are absolutely 100% certain. That is what he said. For such a timid young boy who has no self-confidence regarding anything, to believe it with such conviction is revealing to its truth. More definitively, the stand has not made an incorrect prediction, as far as I know. This is what I thought when I first learned of Toth's ability. Will this serve a purpose? What purpose is there in knowing about an unalterable future in advance? If it's certain destiny, then knowing about it won't do anything, will it? And so on. Certainly it would be pleasant if a better, more desirable future was predicted. Then one may efficiently plot out a path to that future, knowing that effort is not useless. But if an undesirable future appeared in that book, what should one do? In the extreme case, what if it predicts one's own death? Then the most desirable future would be to avoid that future, but that cannot be done. Absolutely 100% certain. Unavoidable. If a tragedy is certain and unavoidable, then wouldn't one rather not know? To learn of that tragedy would be like knowing one's entire life from the moment one was born. All the effort or discipline in the world would not change it. It would all be meaningless. Birth becomes everything. If Boingo's stand predicted a future of his imminent death, what would he do? I thought about that a lot, and not in the distant past, but as recently as 2 days ago. And when I found the opportunity 2 days ago, I asked him. I asked Boingo if Thoth predicted that he died, or even if it was not that, but some hopeless, sad future, such as the death of his big brother, just what did he intend to do? Perhaps this was a cruel question to ask a child, but I could not help but ask. If there was anything that could become even the slightest hint to attain heaven before the Joestars arrived, I had to ask. Boingo was cowering, would not meet my gaze, trembled, stuttered, but with an uncharacteristically strong will he said this. Lord Dio, even if you were faced with an unavoidable tragedy, if you know about it, then you can prepare yourself for it. Truly, words that did not sound like they came from a child. Because of the parents I grew up with, I matured fairly quickly. But I doubt I could have said something so audacious at Boingo's age. If you know the future, you can prepare yourself. If you can prepare yourself, that leads to happiness. In other words, does that not mean that heaven is the future? Knowing of a bad future is not despair, but rather hope, isn't it? If you know you are going to die tomorrow, as long as you are prepared for it, then you are happy, are you not? Preparedness eliminates despair. Then the future itself is heaven. That is the assumption. But for now, it remains an assumption. Boingo's stand ability is far from enough. Thoth is not enough. Being prepared for only the smallest sliver of the future is not much better than waiting until it becomes the present. The amount of resolve one can have for the immediate future really is not very much. And that is not the resolve I want. There is a great difference in the preparedness one would have between a mild inconvenience and the death of a beloved. It depends very much on the situation, and without great resolve, I highly doubt one can reach heaven. It is not enough, so far, to say this is the way to heaven. Since I was inspired with this idea, maybe I have only turned this way and that, but never taken a step forward. Then what exactly is this notebook? Something like an account of my stagnation? This is ridiculous. Once again, I've been captured by irrelevancies. I, Dio, akin to an emperor, should not find myself so captured by improper thoughts. Let me reorder myself and those things that are necessary to attain heaven. The souls of 36 sinners, or more. The 14 words. A friend I can trust from the bottom of my heart. And my stand. The stand of time. The world. Yes, it's all right. I am moving forward. I am making progress. With the passage of time, I am properly, firmly moving forward at an unwavering pace. No matter what I lack or what I have lost, that much is certain. That alone is something about which I have no doubt. I may have missed a chance, but this is good timing. Here I will write why the souls of 36 sinners are necessary. Before, I discussed them only as material for attaining heaven, but thanks to Boingo, I have decided to share my deeper thoughts. For the sake of the future. Right at this moment, with some consideration and reason, I have formed my resolve. Of course, this resolve is still not nearly enough to go to heaven. Long ago, I discussed that the number of souls was fixed. It could not increase nor decrease. But what about the quality of a soul? What about the mass of an individual creature's soul? Let us say, for argument's sake, that a soul can be numerically signified as 10. 10 is the simplest numeric system for a human, or a vampire, to use. I presume the reason for that is because our bodies possess a total of 10 fingers between our two hands. Then it seems reasonable to use this number, 10, for my foundation as well. Daniel J. Darby can divide the souls he turned into chips, into even more chips, but the limit of that is 10 chips. When I learned that, I felt that my signifying souls with the number 10 was validated. But the problem was how those 10 chips are classified. Let us divide them into a black and white ratio. Let us give these souls ratios of goodness and evil. It would seem that most humans are balanced at a ratio of 5 to 5, but for a righteous man like Jonathan Joestar, those 10 chips would likely all be white. A 10 to 0 ratio favored towards goodness. My mother would be the same way, a 10 to 0 good person, a holy woman. And for me, or someone like Jack the Ripper, or any of the hag's son, Jay Guile, I am sure that the 10 chips would be pitch black. People with a 0 to 10 ratio. I am trying to collect 36 people with 10 black chips. That is a calculation even a child could do. 36 times 10, 360. That number represents a circle, a revolution, and also a clock. That is to say, with 36 souls, including mine, time completes a cycle. Yes. And further, more than 36 souls indicates more than one full revolution. Time will run in a full circuit. That is the process for attaining heaven. The guide. I write that as if I know everything there is to know about it, but at the present moment I must say it is incomplete. If my thinking is correct, in order to put this plan into practice, I require the courage to temporarily discard my stand. I require courage. The courage to discard my stand. My rotting stand will father and absorb the souls of 36 sinners. And from there, someone new will be born. And then the born being must be awoken. My trusted friend will utter the 14 words which represent intelligence. The friend must trust me. I must become a friend. Entry 52. It seems that Jonathan learnt the Hamon techniques quite easily. Of course, he went through some degree of rigorous training, but within a week or two of, how shall I say this, effort, he could comfortably use Hamon. I dislike writing about this. To speak openly, it greatly irritates me. Something that I and most other humans cannot do, he learnt quite easily, as though he was given it, inherited it, or had it all along. Perhaps it's talent, an aptitude that only 1 in 10,000 can have, or something equally preposterous. And through this absurdity, he easily caught up to me, I, Dio, who made heavy sacrifices to transcend humanity. If I had known then about this future, would I have become happy? Takers and inheritors. Is there really so much of a difference? between the two? Had I known from the beginning that these differences not only existed but would arise so significantly, would I have had the resolve necessary to face it? Or, at the very least, more resolve than Jonathan? Of course, I don't know what sort of resolve or preparedness Jonathan had, nor do I very much want to know. I, having become a monster, was hiding in order to recover. But Jonathan, seeking single-mindedly to destroy me, chased me down to the town deep within the mountains where I sought refuge. Win Knight's Lot. It was a town built in the Middle Ages to train knights who sought to serve the kings of the era. In that era, they made use of the mountainous environment to erect a prison. Of course, the reason I chose to recuperate at Win Knight's Lot was because of that prison. As I have written many times before, fiendish humans make for better zombies. I was trying to create a zombie army. In fact, I was more or less able to do so. I resurrected powerful, legendary knights, who were even recorded in textbooks of the time, Tarkus and Bruford. They became my close aides. But lesser knights were significant zombies too. I planned to increase my number of subordinates, gain control of the town, then eventually London, and at last bring all of the world under my control. Back then, that is what I had as my goal. That is what I believed would bring me happiness. Or perhaps I believed that was the path to attain heaven. Now, I think differently. I recognize the mistakes of my past, standing at the pinnacle. It didn't matter whether it was the top of an ecosystem or the food chain. It's not exactly what you can call a victory. True victory is the act of gazing into heaven. Entry 53. I had a conversation with, I believe, Enya the Hag. I asked her something like this: what does it mean to live? For what reason do humans live? To that, her answer was truly simple and also very practical. To obtain that which they desire. In summary, that is all that human life is. To want. Money, fame, food, love, lovers. Quite a realistic and truly great answer. But when one tries to obtain what they desire, conflict always arises. If you lose that conflict and do not obtain the thing you wanted, you taste failure, and you are wounded. In the next fight, you feel fear. So I said this to her: I believe that conquering fear is what it means to live. Whosoever stands at the pinnacle of the world is he who does not have the smallest inkling of fear. In response, Enya the Hag said something truly strange. Lord Dio, what does someone as great as you have to fear? At that time I answered, the Joestar bloodline. I cannot make light of the Joestar bloodline. Enya scoffed at my words, loudly enough for me to chastise her, but now things are going just as I thought then. The stand users I sent as assassins have been beaten, one after another. 2 among them joined the enemy. Even with all her laughing, Enya the Hag was beaten as well. I ended up issuing the order to eliminate her. And now finally, I have allowed them to arrive in Egypt. The situation is far beyond making light of the Joestar bloodline. This is enough for me to regret my decision. I should have paid greater attention, exerted more effort to destroy them. I don't want to flee nor surrender, which means my search for the path to heaven will be unavoidably delayed. Even now, I do not want to use the word afraid, but if I did, it would be no lie. It is useless to bluff. I must recognize it plainly. I must persuade myself. Right now, I feel anxiety, and this anxiety is an obstruction in my life. It is something like the antithesis to the meaning of living. I am unprepared. Humans, even I, Dio, who ceased to be human, am no exception to this. Every human lives in order to conquer fear and anxiety and gain peace of mind. Gaining fame, power, and wealth are all done for the sake of peace of mind. Marrying and making friends are also all for the sake of reaching peace of mind. Serving others, striving for love and peace, it is all for the sake of obtaining peace of mind. That is humanity's goal. That is what I think. In that case, if fear and anxiety were purposefully generated with clear, unclouded resolve, would they not then convert into a form of peace of mind? Several months ago, I was already wary of the Joestar bloodline, but I was unable to make a decision. I believe I was thinking that I did not know how to change the situation, or perhaps I thought that there was a very good chance that Enya was correct, and the Joestars would be simply eliminated by strength or some other stand user. In fact, I did think that possibility was great. That is why I now have this anxiety, these feelings of instability, because I was not prepared. I become uneasy in situations I cannot predict. So, even if the future is bleak or prospects are bad, as long as I understand that, I am able to calmly take in the present situation. Preparedness is heaven. The more I think about it, the more I feel this statement is correct. That is because one of the things my mother always said seems to connect with it. Dio, no matter what happens, live nobly and with pride. If you do that, you'll surely be able to go to heaven. Nobly and with pride. These words that stem all the way to my roots are calling me to have resolve, are they not? For one who is prepared, perhaps even living that hellish life in that bottom-rung town, could feel like heaven, couldn't it? Heaven is not filled with happiness. Heaven is joy itself. To know heaven is all we need to have preparedness and resolve. And heaven is the future. It is tomorrow. In that case, when is tomorrow? It is the moment that the hands of the clock complete a revolution. Entry 54. Undul and his stand Geb have been defeated. The primary cause of his defeat was his opponent, the fool, Iggy the dog. I suppose, the battlefield being a desert, even Undul, that shrewd tactician, had difficulties trying to fight a stand that controls sand. Is that a coincidence? Merely a coincidence? It just so happened that when they battled in the Egyptian desert, the Joestars recruited a sand manipulator to aid them? The timing is suspect. No matter how one justifies it, it is too big a coincidence. Perhaps then, it is fate. Or perhaps simply good luck. Certainly if Undul's opponent had been Jonathan, I would acknowledge good luck. I would also say that the fact I survived for a century in the bottom of the sea is thanks to Jonathan's luck. It was thanks to his luck that I was brought up from the bottom of the sea as well. It's very possible that I may have simply been trapped there rotting forever. Even in my battle 100 years ago, I should have won against Jonathan 1,000 times out of 1,000. The very act of calculating Jonathan's chances of winning would seem ridiculous. It was so low. And yet, I lost. I lost all our fights. And even now, the one person I thought I had defeated, Muhammad Avdol, is alive. Ultimately, it must be fate. In other words, something like the future is allied with the Joestar family. However, it is not all bad news. Although he is not fully retired, Undul successfully wounded Kakyoin, it seems. For now, their fighting power has diminished. I have to hand it to Undul. If possible, I would have liked to praise him directly, but he's dead, so that's impossible. I believe he was someone that was prepared. He was a stand user that gained his powers not from the bow and arrow, but was born with them. He knew he was apart from the world. Even so, he lived, not fearing anything, relying only on his stand and his wicked acts. I respect that way of living. Speedwagon may be dead now, but if he were alive, I expect he might say that a man like Undul, a man who was born a stand user and therefore unable to adapt to the world he was born into, and then strayed from the path of morality, was also born evil. Undul was a man who made no room for sympathy in his mind, and was evil in such a way that you couldn't help avert your eyes. He killed without a second thought. Such a person called me the Messiah of evil. I am no such thing, however. Well, perhaps that's not for me to say, but I don't consider it of myself. Actually, I only think that wicked people make for more powerful subordinates who are easier to handle. That is, the more evil they are, the more capable they are as subordinates. But those who discard others by saying they were born evil, such crass and arrogant people really boil my blood. In a word, I find them unpleasant. I prioritize myself in this matter, but also for the sake of people like Undul, I must establish it. The path to heaven. Whoever they are, bad or foolish people, I must help them attain heaven. As a being that has surpassed humanity, as he who bears the world on his shoulders, it is my duty. It is my goal. Entry 55. Pucci arrived in Egypt a bit earlier than we planned. It seems he sensed my situation in his own way. Because he's capable of such concern, I'm sure he can be my friend. It is unlike me, but that is what I think. At the very least, right now, he is the most viable candidate. There is no man so selfless and deeply devoted as he. Though I remain unsure whether he will recognize the difference between my heaven and the heaven of his holy books, I have faith. I have lacked faith in nearly all other people, so I'm not sure how to practice this kind of faith, but as long as it is for the sake of going to heaven, I will believe in him. My friend, I will trust him from the bottom of my heart. As expected, he remained perplexed at my words, but right now there isn't time. I have informed him of the existence of this notebook. A notebook I wrote for the sake of attaining heaven. To be precise, one I'm writing. As you can tell, it is still incomplete. But this is the first time I have informed another person about the existence of this notebook. Enrico Pucci, are you reading these words right now? I do not know under what circumstances you are reading this notebook, nor even if I am still alive. But if fate in this world is as powerful a force as we say, then gravity, the force that acts between people and pulls us together, must be just as powerful. If something that could be called friendship exists between you and I, then you will read these words, regardless of the manner, and you will learn what heaven is. If, after that, you agree with my goals, then I ask you. I, Dio, bow my head and beg you. No matter what happens, no matter what means you must use, no matter what sacrifices you must make, please, carry out my plan. I will do as much as I can. I ask you to do so as well. Find the path to heaven. Entry 56. I am skipping to the next page because my sentimentality overtook me. Ridiculous. It almost seemed as if I was writing a will. I have already been killed by Jonathan twice, haven't I? Yet only now do I feel some slight sensation that my life is threatened. It's only a misapprehension, I'm sure. I'm not opposing Jonathan now, only his descendants. I am opposed only by people who inherited from Jonathan, but not Jonathan himself. I have nothing to be afraid of, nothing to feel fear or anxiety about. But let us say for argument's sake that, not long from now, I am defeated by them. I don't want to be apprehensive of this future, but rather know with certainty if it shall come to pass. Then I could prepare myself. I can fight with resolve. With as much certainty as knowing that 10 o'clock comes before 11 o'clock, and after comes 12 o'clock. If one sees the future like the ticking of a clock, if one knows the future, then one forms a resolve. Pucci quickly returned to America. Now that Enya the hag is dead, I no longer must keep secret my meetings with him. Except now, in place of Enya's surveillance, the Joestar group approaches. It would be unsavory if they learned of Pucci. I do not want them to know Pucci has anything to do with me. So, though he did not do it last time, just to be safe I sent him home with the bodyguard this time. His name is John Galley A. He is the user of a stand called Manhattan Transfer. Like Kenny G and Vanilla Ice, his stand does not represent one of the tarot cards, nor the 9 major Egyptian gods. I would call him a stray stand user. And knowing him, he will be able to bring Pucci back to America, avoiding detection from the Joestar group. I have done all I can. There is just a little more. Just a little. Entry 57. The Oingo and Boingo brothers have been defeated. Sadly, it seems they lost in a rather stupid way. I would rather not record the details, so I will refrain, but some explication is necessary. The elder brother, Oingo, misread the future predicted by Thoth. In determining the future and gaining knowledge of it, Boingo's ability is the closest thing to what I seek, only the reader gains nothing more than the very near future. And further, as Oingo proved, it allows for many interpretations. It is definitively and fatally insufficient for my plan to attain heaven. If one knows the future, one can prepare oneself. Boingo's words were not a lie, nor were they mistaken, but if Thoth's predictions can be misinterpreted, then it must be the case that resolve cannot be formed through them. Even if a hopeless future is shown, one may forcibly interpret it as something positive, as something good for yourself, and that is surely the typical human reaction, is it not? That is not good. My plan requires knowledge of the absolute future, whether it is hopeless or hopeful, an absolute future. For that reason, Thoth is not enough. As the case may be, I had thought of borrowing his ability to construct my plan for heaven. Now, that's more difficult. The elder brother Oingo is more or less retired, but Boingo, perhaps he was better prepared than his brother. I believe Boingo can fight again after a bit of recovery. Alone, his stand cannot fight at all, but if he forms a team with someone. Oingo's stand Khnum allows him to transform himself. It also lacked fighting power on its own. I had him form a team with his brother because he did not trust anyone else. If someone with attack power joined forces with them, or, now that Oingo is gone, if a fighter with a lethal stand power partnered with Boingo, then the ability to read the future might tilt the scales such that it becomes possible to eliminate the Joestar group. The question is with whom I should have him join. There really is no one that will form a tag team with a fellow stand user, besides a whole horse. Entry 58. A watch. I remembered, very suddenly. I feel like this is something I may forget quickly, so I'm going to hurry and record it immediately. This is a memorandum, after all. 100 years ago, to be more precise, 108 years ago, I borrowed a watch from Jonathan. I still haven't returned it. It was surely caught in the fire that destroyed the Joestar mansion. When I was not wearing a mask in front of Jonathan, not the stone mask, but the mask of being a good student, I borrowed that watch. More honestly, I stole it. I think it was from then that my stand, the world, was decided. I intended not to give it back until it was broken. Ever since that day, when I took that watch from Jonathan, I was not going to return it until it stopped. But simply stopping time is not enough. I must go until I can control the entire world. Not until I rule all of the present. If I am to control the future, that is, heaven, then the world, must progress forward another stage. Controlling time is not enough. A stand that makes time progress. A stand that accelerates time. But for that end, I must possess courage. The courage to temporarily discard the world. Will I be able to do that? Givers, takers, inheritors. I must become none among these, something else entirely. A discarder. Entry 59. Sethan, Anubis, and Bastet have been defeated. It feels like it keeps happening one after another. At this point, I no longer anticipate reports of victory nor accomplished missions. I personally scouted the 9 major Egyptian gods and am therefore certain they are exceptionally strong stand users. Alas, it seems that the Joestar group is simply superior. Or perhaps it's simply that I am not as good at issuing orders as Enya the Hag. Even if I have lived for 100 years, the majority of those years were spent at the bottom of the sea. I certainly cannot claim to be a seasoned leader. Speaking of seasoned leaders, it seems Joseph Joestar's plan defeated Maria's Bastet. As I thought, he is merciless even if his opponent is a woman. And this man, who will mercilessly use cowardly tricks, crafty deception, and set traps in order to win, has inherited very little from Jonathan Joestar. If it took Maria's defeat to ascertain that much, then her defeat was meaningful. The real problem is Alessi. His stand ability allows him to make people return to their youth. Today, just today, I realize that aspects of his power resemble my ideals. The ability to redo a life. To live it again, to grow the same way, have the same failures, repeat the same mistakes, and likely lead the same sort of life, even if they did their lives over again. Would people have resolve for such a life? If one can redo one's life, I think one should, even if one does relive the same life. One should go through that cycle many times over, don't you think? In answering that question, I became interested in his stand, a stand that allows one to return to one's youth. But it seems his personality incurred Polnareff's wrath, and he was placed in an irrecoverable state. It's too bad, I suppose. While the Joestars do not know of my goal, to attain heaven, they have certainly managed to get in my way with the greatest efficacy. Even if it's a coincidence, it still puts me in a bad mood. I truly feel that I will soon have to go and eliminate them personally. I am still not fully adapted to my body, to Jonathan. The recovery of the left side has been a little weak. I am unprepared to fight against them, and they have grown through fighting many, many battles. Now that things have reached this stage, I feel I should have gone to strike them down at the very beginning. However, it is useless to say that now. Soon I will move the hideout. I will wait for them to the bitter end, like an emperor. Speaking of emperors, Whole Horse brought me the news of Maria and Alessi's defeat. He really is an interesting man. When I provoked him a bit, he tried to kill me with his stand, Emperor. He pointed that handgun stand at the back of my head. Like I said, interesting. The moment he tried to kill me, he didn't even sweat, nor did he start breathing heavily. Incredible resolve. Those with resolve are beautiful. That Whole Horse is quite something. Without thinking, I used my stand. I used the world to stop time. I displayed my ability. Quite a treat for him. Unexpectedly for a man like him, he left me alone after that. Perhaps he will find himself in heaven soon. At the very least, he is the only stand user who was not retired after fighting the Joestars. Now that I think of it, that is some incredible luck. While excellent stand users, who seem to break the rules of stands like J-Guile and Enya the Hag, were defeated, he managed to survive using only a gun-like stand. And that is the sort of world this is. I believe I said to Pucci at some point, stands really have no concept of strong and weak. I have recommended that Whole Horse pair up with Boingo, who should be released from the hospital soon. Knowing them, knowing their preparedness, even if they cannot win, I am sure they will reach somewhere quite good. Yes, even if they cannot win, even if they lose. Entry 60. In Win Knight's lot, I healed and recovered my wounds, developed my powers, and made zombies of the ancient prisoners and buried criminals in the nearby mountains to make powerful subordinates. I was endeavoring to create an army, but I did many things besides as well. I did what I had to do. I did them the way they had to be done. In other words, human experimentation. I tried to learn the possibilities of the stone mask and the possibilities of immortality. That being said, I never repeated the stone mask experiment on others to see what happened. Actually, I never did another experiment with the stone mask itself. I decided that the powers of the stone mask are a privilege only I should have. It wasn't so much a precaution as it was the natural conclusion to arrive at. Even if I am an immortal vampire, if there are many like me, it loses value. The pinnacle is beautiful because it is singular. That is what I thought. The experiments I did perform were ones like these. Fusing the head of a human to the body of a dog, or the other way around. I tried putting together a zombie head and a living human's body, and the other way around. I placed snakes inside a corpse, and other such things. At a glance, these experiments may seem like grotesque games, but I was not playing around in the least, and those experiments actually bore fruit. My vampire head, and Jonathan's human body. I could only fuse myself to Jonathan because of what I learned from my many experiments. My experiments came to life. Because of those experiments, when Jonathan ran his Hamon through me, I unhesitatingly cut off my own head. I had proof that I could later take over someone else's body, and so I was able to discard a body destroyed by Hamon. To be perfectly honest, anyone's body would have been fine. There was no need to go so far as to take Jonathan's body. If I had just taken some ordinary person's, some weak person's body, then I may not have been sealed in the bottom of the sea for 100 years after that. But, knowing all that very well, I still wanted Jonathan Joestar's body. I could have no others. That is just how much I respected Jonathan Joestar, my arch enemy at that time. And his body was particularly important to me. I thought of that body as my own. That is why I attempted to take it. As a taker, I decided I would take it. And in the end, I was not mistaken in my thinking. After all, once I acquire Joestar blood and adapt a bit more to this body, I will undoubtedly become me. no one else but me. Entry 61. Daniel J. Darby has been defeated. That natural-born gambler at one time had Jean-Pierre Polnareff and Joseph Joestar's souls, but at what one might call the final stage, he was defeated by Jotaro Kujo. The report said that his cause for defeat centered around the secret knowledge regarding the power of my stand, the world. One of the rare soul-manipulating stand users was taken from me, thanks to the Joestars. It leaves me with feelings of emptiness and despair, that no matter what I do, the Joestar family will find some way to overcome it. In fact, there is a feeling of paranoia welling up inside me. By the same token, however, the fact that the Joestar family oppose my actions, intentionally or otherwise, is a sign that I am walking the right path. I have a feeling that Jonathan Joestar is blocking my way, that the heaven I seek lies beyond him. Soul-manipulating stand users. The primary candidate, Pucci, has already returned to America, so there won't be problematic delays in the actual plan. But now I have lost some insurance or reassurance. It is vital now that I do not also lose the younger Darby brother. Perhaps just to be safe, I should send him out of the country as well. No, I cannot do that. No matter what I said to that proud young man, I doubt he would ever leave the mansion. Even if I told him the truth about the path to heaven, I expect he would say, well, that is all the more reason for me to stay in the mansion. I must stay by your side. It would be very much like him. In fact, I can even imagine his facial expressions as he says those words. Compared to his older brother, who had a very flexible attitude, the younger brother is quite obstinate. So, as long as I don't pierce him with a flesh bud, he will not listen to what I say to him. Of course, I would not use a flesh bud on him because of his useful stand ability. I have no choice but to let him do as he pleases. I will maintain my non-interference policy. I pray that Holhorse and Boingo eliminate the Joestar group. I am ashamed to think this way, as someone who proclaims to have surpassed humanity, but in my current condition, it is all I can do. Truly very little I can do. And I have been this way for 100 years. Entry 62. I have lost much leeway and much opportunity. I am giving up on writing things in a logical manner. I will not write from the points I want to make, but those I must make. Above all else, I must write of the bow and arrow. I suppose one could say that the bow and arrow are magical items that can draw out talent from a human, or rather from a human spirit. I have come to develop the habit of calling the artifacts the bow and arrow, as that is how I referred to them with Enya the Hag. But the bow of the bow and arrow isn't really important. It's the arrow, specifically the arrow head. Pucci, if you are reading this notebook, you have already experienced it. I don't think a detailed explanation is necessary. Considering that there is still a lingering possibility that the reader is not Pucci, then I will describe the nature of the arrow in detail. Perhaps Pucci will find this review useful anyway. I have little time, so I will be brief. When someone is shot by that arrow, or in certain cases, should they have sufficient talent, a small scratch with the arrowhead will suffice. A stand is drawn from their spirit. If someone with no talent is pierced by the arrow, even if it does not strike a vital point, they will lose their life. Enya said, the more fiendish a criminal, the higher the possibility of survival. The logic surrounding that part is similar to the making of zombies, it seems. Strong malice means a strong will, and that is linked to a strong spirit. And that strength is pulled out in the form of a stand. That is a sufficient explanation. I actually became a stand user Because of this arrow, I obtained the world and hermit purple simultaneously. The one who originally obtained this arrow is Enya the Hag. She had already performed experiments, human experiments. She shot many humans with the arrow and brought about the creation of stand users in the wake of the deaths of many others who lacked the potential for a stand. Then she eliminated the stand users that did not meet her expectations. This was the experimentation process by which she learned of its nature. She even used herself, old as she was, as a test subject, granting herself justice.
"Lord Dio," she said, "what do you think? It certainly poses danger to your life, but I think you are one for whom the talent is expected."
I had no reason to hesitate. Or rather, I felt that having learned of the existence of such a supreme ability, I had to possess it. Had I not been a vampire, I would have liked to learn Hamon. If possible, I wanted to take the Hamon that Jonathan inherited from Zeppeli. That's why I accepted Enya's offer. It did not give me Hamon, but a different form, a ghostly Hamon. No matter what I had to sacrifice, I wanted to obtain it. Looking back on that decision now that several years have passed, it was incredibly risky. A risky bet for which even the Darby brothers would have taken heed. But that gamble resulted in my victory. What Enya the Hag said was correct. Just as expected, I gained a stand. I acquired a stand and a ticket to heaven. Wait, I'm not sure about that. Did I really win the gamble? I certainly survived the trial of the bow and arrow. I acquired that which I needed, but I'm unsure. While I have an immortal body, I undertook the risk of death and gained a stand. But as a result of gaining it, Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo also gained the same power, with no risk. Are they the true winners in this case? Holly Kujo broke into a fever and is at death's door. Only her, the holy woman, lost the gamble. So in the end, Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo are inheritors as well. They even inherited their stands from Jonathan's body. If, back then, I rejected Enya's offer and refused to possess a stand, then Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo, and of course Holly Kujo, would not even have come to know of my existence. At the very least, they were not aware of me during the time I was at the bottom of the sea. All this pales to the most important factor. If I had not obtained a stand, I could not find the path to heaven. Without the time-stopping stand, the world, I would not have been able to deduce this much of the path to heaven. Then, maybe I can still have everything as I want it. Advantages and disadvantages are two sides of the same coin. Perhaps going to heaven is not particularly different to going to hell. Perhaps while I am intending to go to heaven, I am actually heading towards hell. If that is the case, I do not mind, because I already know that hell is a better place than that town I grew up in. Entry 63. Enya the Hag bought the arrowhead from someone who seemed to be just a child. That boy excavated the arrowhead in Egypt, apparently. I thought it might have shared a creator with the stone mask, but due to the discrepancy in geography of Mexico and Egypt, it seems that was not the case. However, that boy piqued my interest. Or rather, he is weighing on my mind. If I have a chance, I would like to investigate him. Now that Enya is dead, retracing that route will be difficult. At least I know that the boy's name was Diavolo. Investigating him will not be impossible, I believe, if there is gravity. If there is gravity between that boy and I am sure we will meet. After all, if that boy is alive, then he most likely became a stand user by that arrowhead, and stand users are drawn toward each other. As long as I am alive, that is. Entry 64. I have lost leeway. I have lost opportunity. I can sense that Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo are close. It is likely an effect of having Jonathan's body. An effect of the Joestar family bloodline, I suppose. Our bodies respond to each other. That means it is not only I who senses their approach, but they too must sense that I am nearby. The Joestars will be here soon. They are quite close to my second hideout. Whole Horse and Boingo have not yet made contact with the enemy. I suspect they are completely carefree. That's a distinctive characteristic of Whole Horse, though I would enjoy that attitude had I a bit more leeway. Running away is an option, as is joining Pucci in America. But, realistically, I cannot run away. Much like the younger Darby, I do have some level of obstinance in not wanting to flee, but that is not what I mean. As a matter of practicality, as a matter of reality, I cannot run away. The person standing at the top of an organization ought never to do something as unsightly as fleeing for safety when assassins are coming. It lacks dignity, and such actions betray one's subordinates. Even if running away was necessary to search for the path to heaven, teaching my subordinates about my lofty goal would be a Herculean task. I highly doubt I could explain all of the things I have written in this notebook, starting from my upbringing in detail to them. Why do you want to go to heaven? Do you have to go? And what is heaven exactly? Even if I answered all these questions, I doubt they could really understand. Besides, the idea of letting more people know about this endeavor, as deeply as Pucci does, makes me uneasy. Perhaps if I used an excuse, such as, it would be easier to ambush the Joestars if we moved the hideout. But to leave Cairo with this timing, let alone leaving Egypt, might overturn this organization that Enya and I built. Currently, there are only a few stand users in Cairo besides Whole Horse and Boingo. The ones that can fight against the Joestars are Pet Shop, the master of Horus, and the aforementioned younger Darby brother. Keniji and Vanilla Ice are also on their way. In other words, everyone I currently have at the mansion. It is possible that this mansion will be a battlefield in the near future. If that happens, I'm going to have to find a hiding place for this notebook. Depending on how things turn out, Joseph Joestar or Jotaro Kujo, or perhaps Jean-Pierre Polnareff or Mohammed Avdol, not Iggy of course, could catch a glimpse of this book. I must avoid that. Entry 65. I noticed I wrote, I must avoid that, at the end of my entry yesterday. But is it really something I must avoid? Let me think about it a bit. Rather than just rejecting this idea outright, I'm going to do a bit of a brainstorm. This may be an idea I'm rushing to because so much leeway has been lost, but I think that considering such a possibility will cool my head. The idea is cooperate with the Joestar family. This should be obvious, but they have no idea what I am planning or what the goals I work to achieve are. They are working only with the intent of saving their daughter or mother. I highly doubt they are considering my circumstances at all. It's very likely that they think I am trying to dominate the world, like I did 100 years ago, or trying to stand at the pinnacle of humanity, or some such. They've presumed such things about me, that I am evil, and I must absolutely be defeated. That I am a violent killer, that's fine. I certainly cannot say it is off the mark. I am evil. The assassins I sent to kill them are also evil. The only exceptions were Kakyoin and Polnareff, whom I had controlled with the flesh buds. But they are all different from Jonathan. They do not act on a sense of justice alone. They have strong feelings towards justice, but it seems that their emotional desire to save Holly Kujo is far stronger. In that case, if I can secure Holly Kujo's life, then Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo will lose their reason for trying to defeat me, won't they? So, a negotiation is possible, isn't it? Joseph Joestar's Hermit Purple, Jotaro Kujo's Star Platinum, Jean-Pierre Polnareff's Silver Chariot, Muhammad Avdol's Magician's Red, Noriaki Kakyoin's Hierophant's Green, and Iggy's The Fool. With these stand powers, the door to heaven will open all the more, will it not? As they are good people, their souls cannot become the foundation for going to heaven, but it is undeniable that theirs are strong souls. And if Jonathan's grandson lent me his knowledge, my research would progress quite rapidly, would it not? Peace between me, Dio, and the Joestar family. Such a thing would be a historical compromise. I would save their family, and they would help me attain heaven. It's quite ideal. Too much so. The only way I might describe it is as a hypothetical. If that happened, then there would be no trouble. Even for simple brainstorming, that was quite an offbeat idea. First of all, the basic premise cannot actually occur. I cannot think of any way to release Holly Kujo from her curse. Maybe if I put the stone mask on her and had its needles push on her brain, that would work. No, the stone mask no longer exists. One may exist somewhere, but at the very least I do not have one. Even if I had that option, I suppose I would be in conflict with Jonathan's two descendants, and the rest of their group. Even if I try to reach a compromise, our natures are just too different. There is no way a taker and inheritors could avoid conflict. And most of all, I highly doubt that Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo have any interest in the path to heaven. Far from it. I expect that inheritors like them, living full lives, lack any desire to see heaven with their own eyes. Now I've started to make pointless considerations when I have very little time. I could not help but think about this, especially now that I have taken this body. It is something I must consider. Let's say that, rather than the stone mask, I had worn the mask of an excellent student forever. Then, though my nature wouldn't change, that time of peace in my childhood would span rather more than 7 years. 10 years? 20? 50 years? If I always pretended to be a good boy to the Joestar family, perhaps there was a future of building up the Joestar family together with Jonathan. I've thought of it. I've thought of such a heaven that could have been. George Joestar would eventually have died regardless of my poison. If I wanted fame, then making use of Jonathan's strengths would have been a very good plan. Then why didn't I do that? I took off the mask of the good student and put on the stone mask, didn't I? I believe I saw that future as impermissible. With their affluence, everything they had, I could not forgive the Joestar family. In the same way, I will not forgive these people. Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo will absolutely never forgive me, Dio. To them, what I, Dio, did or am doing is completely irrelevant. They say my existence itself is evil, just the same I, Dio, say that what they did or what they are doing does not matter, because I think that their existence itself is evil. I said this to Jonathan a century ago as well. Honestly, it's quite a relationship we've formed. Entry 66. Emperor, Whole Horse, Toth, Boingo. They both have been defeated. Now, every last one of the stand users that I, Dio, had on hand, the assassin subordinates whom I sent to the Joestar group, are defeated. It is a rather refreshing feeling. I feel like I can drop all bravado. Yes, rather than bravado, I will speak of something better. Whole Horse was hit in the forehead by his own bullets, and is now in an irrecoverable state. And Boingo lost his spirit when Iggy bit him. Even so, I, Dio, assessed them to have gotten very close to accomplishing their mission. I grade them highly. Yes, they were very close to winning against the Joestars. Regardless, in the end, they lost. As if it were destined. As if it was a predetermined future. They were supposed to lose, so they lost. I'm sure they misinterpreted Toth's predictions and failed for a variety of other reasons, but ultimately, I think that the Joestar group's resolve was superior to that of the Whole Horse and Boingo team. They are surely looking at the future. Unconsciously, they are gazing at the future with resolve. For that reason, they are close to heaven. Much closer, at least, than Whole Horse or Boingo, or maybe even me. Those who gaze upon heaven gain victory in anything against anyone. Therefore, the true victors are those that have reached heaven. As to verifying that claim, I will leave that to another day. A later date, if I have such time, that is. Bitten by a dog, and so having his spirit broken, did not physically harm Boingo to an irrecoverable state. He will just have to spend some time in the hospital. If this situation with the Joestars is resolved, then afterwards I, Dio, might make use of his stand. Considering Boingo's personality, that may be drastic. For that which is necessary, there is nothing I will not do. I will respond as necessary to what is necessary. I have lost the majority of my closest subordinates. On the other hand, I have certainly gotten closer to heaven. I am confident that I have. With great resolve, I am getting closer. Entry 67. When they arrived at the town of Win Knight's lot, that is, Jonathan Joestar, Will A. Zeppeli, and that man, Speedwagon. The burns I suffered from the mansion fire had mostly healed. In a way, they were a bit late, as I had yet to completely take that city under my control. I suppose from their perspective, one could say they were only just in time. Either their timing was good, or their luck was good. When we confronted each other, Jonathan said this.
Dio, listen to what I have to say. I am ashamed of this as a gentleman, but I say with great honesty that I, Jonathan Joestar, to settle the score once and for all, Dio, I will kill you!
When I heard this gesture of defiance, much of my heart said, ridiculous. But the small remainder, I feel I must write this here. The small remainder of my heart felt joy. I made that man, Jonathan, who lived always to be a gentleman from his heart, say such a coarse, ungentlemanly thing. I felt accomplished. This was one time when I finally felt like I had accomplished something. However, compared to Jonathan, I was a bit weak. My resolve was a bit lesser than his. Frankly, I didn't want to harm Jonathan. Don't get me wrong, I had to kill him. The Joestar assets and wealth, which I had been trying to usurp, had all burned away. Even if I killed Jonathan now, I couldn't have taken those. But now he was not just an obstacle to wealth. He was a threat. He learned the ways of Hamon and sought to destroy me. I knew full well that I had to kill him. All the same, I did not want to harm Jonathan. Instead, I intended to let my subordinates eliminate him. We were childhood friends, and grew up in the same house like we were brothers. The idea of killing Jonathan or turning him into an undead were not very entertaining to me. so I intended to leave his execution to my subordinates. Compared to that mindset, Jonathan's determination was far better founded. He stated definitively that he had no feelings of guilt towards ending me, Dio. It was quite an impressive thing to say. It's likely that it was actually true. When he said that, at that point, it was not a pure confrontation between justice and evil. Through the power of the stone mask, I, Dio, had become a predator, and mankind was defending itself, as a prey animal does. I may have appeared wicked to them, but I only saw them as food. In that respect, there was no good nor evil at all. It was just a dispute between different organisms. For Jonathan to then shamelessly talk about justice and morals was beyond ridiculous. I saw this person as not even worth opposing, but seeing how emotional he was, I accepted his challenge. Unfortunately, I lost. In the end, it was not really unfortunate, because my head still remained. Entry 68. Pet shop disappeared. I know many animals leave their owner when it's time to die, but I think that is unrelated to pet shop's disappearance. That hawk most likely attacked intruders to the mansion as per its orders, but instead was killed by the intruder. From what I know about the situation, I believe Pet Shop was defeated by the fool, Iggy the dog, a battle between two animal stand users. Animals have souls as well. I would have liked to see the image of those souls fighting head to head. I wonder if such a thing would be possible using the bow and arrow. If one pierced with the arrow every animal one encountered. There would be a large risk involved in giving stands to animals with low intelligence. Depending on what ability they obtain, who knows what could happen. It's possible a large biohazard could develop. I will set that idea aside for now. It is now likely that the Joestars have discovered my location. Well, Joseph Joestar possesses Hermit Purple, just as I do, so he would eventually have been able to reach this place through his spiritual photography power. It was only a matter of time. Once again, if only for the purpose of persuading myself, I write that I, Dio, will neither run nor hide. I will meet my enemy in this mansion, just as I did 100 years ago. Entry 69. Pet Shop Stand, Horus, Controlled Ice. It cannot help but remind me of a technique I once used. Vaporization Freeze Technique. I created this technique to oppose Hamon. It utilized my vampire body and the great control it permitted me. Essentially, by vaporizing the moisture inside my body, I can freeze any other person who touches me. I am still able to use it now, but my body, Jonathan's body, lacks finesse. I cannot control it perfectly. More importantly, the vaporization freeze technique is not very useful in a stand battle. Unlike Pet Shop's ice missiles and such, it cannot freeze an enemy's stand. Therefore, much like the Hamon techniques, it would be correct to call it a technique of the past. Now that I have acquired the world, Hamon itself is no longer a threat. Similarly, stand users that fight with their spirits, their souls, are no longer threatened by my vaporization freeze technique, nor my... I did not name this technique. Rather, it was named by a Hamon user, the Space Ripper Stingy Eyes technique. I do not mind the past. What's past is past. What truly matters is the future. Heaven. Eventually, even my stand, the world, will become a thing of the past. Soon, my century-long fated connection with the Joestar family will also reside in the past. I will make it so. It must be so. Noriaki Kakyoin's injured eyes are now fully healed, and he has rejoined the Joestars, I have heard. What incredible timing. Is this gravity as well? gravity between people, I think calling it a connection fits best. Thinking about it now, my connection with Noriaki Kakyoin is similar to the connection between the Joestar family and I, in that they are both bizarre. If I can write in this notebook again tomorrow, I think I will write on that subject, on gravity, and with that, this notebook will be, for the most part, complete. Their forces are Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo, Jean-Pierre Polnareff, Mohammed Avdol, Noriaki Kakyoin, and Iggy, the dog. My forces are first me, Dio, Vanilla Ice, Kenny G, Terrence T. Darby, and I suppose I should mention the zombie, Nukesaku. I am already at a loss in terms of numbers. I am repeating myself, but in war, numbers are the most crucial element. That being said, if I think carefully about it, I, Dio, have the body of Jonathan Joestar and the head and brain of Dio. And further, 2 people's worth of a soul. I have 2 stands, which is extraordinary. In that case, one could say we are equal in numbers, 6 versus 6. And with that mere consolation, I will end today's entry. Jonathan's body should really be their ally, after all. Entry 70. It was Dyer, wasn't it? The name of the Hamon warrior who stabbed my right eye back then. I used my vaporization freeze technique to freeze and break him, leaving him as just a head, yet he still ran Hamon through a rose he had in his mouth and shot that rose into my right eye. If it were not for that man's attack, I do not think I would have lost to Jonathan afterwards. If I was in perfect condition, had I lacked that blind spot in my vision, I cannot say I am absolutely certain, but I believe I would have overpowered Jonathan, so great was the difference in our strength. I'm not resentful. I don't think if it hadn't been for that Dyer, and so on. No, I am writing an account of the unshakable fact that Jonathan had a comrade called Dyer. When they arrived in Win Knight's lot, there were only 3 of them, yet when they reached me, there were several more Hamon warriors with them. Like how Noriaki Kakyoin arrived in time, those Hamon warriors arrived in time. I fully believe that such good timing arises from the gravity between people. I think when I first met Pucci, I talked with him about such a thing. Do you believe in gravity? That there might be a reason why you tripped over me? Is the thing we call meetings not gravity? I do not know what sort of impression you have of me, but I am traveling, seeking meetings. Why do people meet? That is the theme. The theme of life. Heaven's theme. After that, Pucci met with some very difficult times due to that meeting. He lost his little brother and little sister in the worst way imaginable. It was then that he gained his rare stand ability, White Snake. One could say that if it were not for that tragedy, he could not have obtained that stand. I understand his feelings. Had I not met Jonathan, had I not been taken in by the Joestar family, then I would most likely not have a life like this, because I would never have found the stone mask, nor the bow and arrow, nor Jonathan Joestar. Above anything else, even the stone mask, I have confidence that knowing him is what turned me into this person, and how I came to be something more than a person. And if it weren't for me, I think the Joestar family would have collapsed anyhow. Had he not met me, Jonathan would not have grown as a human the way he did. His life would likely have ended with him remaining forever a spoiled brat. He would have inherited George Joestar's fortune, become an archaeologist or some such thing, and slovenly spent his fortune. That is what I think. For me, a person that cannot help but look towards the future, the act of looking back at the past does not have much meaning. But when I do look back, everything seems like it was inevitable, like the pieces of an incomprehensibly complex puzzle assembling. With this hindsight, I cannot see the past as anything but the result of people being drawn together. Fellow stand users are drawn to one another, and fellow humans are drawn to one another as well, and as a result of being drawn together, Jonathan and I even became one body. Yes, that is why gravity is important. The most important keyword to attain heaven. I believe that the final piece of the puzzle will be to control gravity. Gravity and time are intimately connected. Then, if I want to further control time, I must control gravity. But how? It seems as difficult as controlling meetings. Can one even control meetings? Can one control fated connections? If not, can I be prepared for that outcome? This connection, which I have dragged with me for a century, is drawing closer to me at every moment. Entry 71. They have appeared. The Joestar group has finally, without missing a single person, arrived at my mansion. Iggy's forepaw is injured. As expected from a stray dog like him, it does not seem to hinder him in battle. My foes have reached their destination without missing a single person. In contrast, I have, as of now, if you count Jean-Pierre Polnareff and Noriaki Kakyoin, lost 25 excellent stand users. Among them, many could have been the 36 sinners I seek, so I have lost them twice. Matters of life are not comparable using simple addition and subtraction. But no matter how one tries to justify it, I cannot deny that I feel my efforts have been disproportionately unfruitful. Just how far do those people intend to go to save one woman? Or do they perhaps think that the lives of villains are cheap compared to a holy woman? I intend to sacrifice 36 souls as the foundation for the path to heaven. They, however, will gladly trample over at least 25 souls just to save a daughter or a mother. I wonder what they intend to do after that. I most likely won't have a chance to ask them such a question. According to a report from Nukesaku, the younger Darby brother has separated them into two groups. He challenges the group of Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo, and Noriaki Kakyoin in the basement alone. He is as confident as ever. Hopefully that will not come back to bite him. After all, that man is more spiritually fragile than his older brother. As he can read minds, he lacks toughness. Weakness of spirit is linked to weakness of one's stand, as well as weakness of preparedness. All of this happened in the afternoon, so I am a bit tired. I'm going to take a nap. Hopefully everything will be resolved by the time I awaken. However, I am not optimistic. I must prepare myself as well. Prepare for the future. Entry 72. Vanilla Ice woke me from my nap to the news that the Joestars defeated the younger Darby brother. He was only employed as my butler, so this was expected, but Vanilla Ice said Darby lost after being very close to victory. He successfully captured Noriaki Kakyoin's soul, it seems, but he failed to follow through with Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo. It seems his resolve was not strong enough. Terence T. Darby, a man who was able to see and claim souls. The younger Darby brother was a genius, unmistakably so. I can say without bias that he truly had the ability to win. Theoretically, he should have won. And yet, he lost. Yes, he was bound to lose, because his resolve was weaker. The problem The cause of his defeat, ultimately, was his amount of resolve. With him gone, as far as I know, the only stand that can control souls is Pucci's white snake. His significance, his importance has increased. I do not know to what degree he feels friendship for me, nor whether I can consider him a friend whom I trust from the bottom of my heart, but whatever the case may be, with these developments he has become indispensable to my goal of attaining heaven. Speaking of which, what about Vanilla Ice? Vanilla Ice and his stand, Cream. Though I have not pierced him with a flesh bud, and certainly have not turned him into a zombie, he nonetheless has an abnormal level of loyalty towards me, Dio, enough to cut off his own head. I wonder if that loyalty could be substituted for resolve. I do not know. I do not know whether that is resolve or not. Could one equate abnormal loyalty with resolve and preparedness? Or are they two completely different things? Is mere loyalty unsuitable for heaven? I suppose I will find the answer in the results. He decapitated himself for my sake, so I gave him my blood to revive him. I fear that in exchange for his new, exceptional body, there is a possibility that he will suffer an extreme loss in stand power, but I do hope he has an ability to overcome that. Entry 73. My previous entry was interrupted by another report from Nukesaku. One team of the Joestar group was waylaid by Darby, but the other group, Jean-Pierre Polnareff, Mohammed Avdol, and Iggy the dog, defeated Kenny G. The illusions set throughout the whole mansion have rescinded. Once again, the only stand that can create illusions, as far as I know, is Enrico Pucci's White Snake. There is also good news. Just after Kenny G lost, Vanilla Ice did it. Mohammed Avdol has died. The user of the flame stand was swallowed into Cream's subspace, it seems, and this time there is no possibility of any unwanted surprises, such as Avdol returning to life again. After 27 consecutive losses and sacrifices, we have finally managed to snatch a precious victory. This could not have come any later. Vanilla Ice now opposes Polnareff and Iggy. With his stand ability, he should certainly be able to eliminate them as well. After giving the report, Nukesaku went to eliminate the other team, Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo, and Noriaki Kakyoin. Nukesaku is a zombie and not a stand user, so I did not think he could oppose those three, but being driven to this circumstance, I could not stop him. Nukesaku. When I created him as a zombie, I reused my combining technique, just as I created hybrids of animals and humans. Just as I, Dio, am a hybrid between Jonathan's body and my head. Nukesaku is a hybrid zombie, with a woman's face affixed to the back of his head. My experiment to see if a zombie could possess several souls was a failure, it seems. It might be useless to have performed experiments on the undead, but still, one could say that Nukesaku was my last such experiment. He is a man with essentially no fighting ability, and to be perfectly honest, he is completely ineffective. But I have a strange sense of affinity for him. Perhaps I should say I just cannot hate him. Unlike the younger Darby brother and Vanilla Ice, he lacks loyalty. When he loses to the Joestar group, I'm certain he will betray me. But until that point, I must respect him as one of my precious underlings, a man that goes off to fight of his own will, a comrade with whom I am connected in this world 100 years in the future. I must not stop him. I've just thought of something. I will write it down just for fun. A century ago, I made many two-faced zombies like Nukesaku. I would frequently perform tests in which I would combine two separate lives into one, although I had not distinctly hypothesized the event of losing my body. Among those tests, after a large amount of trial and error, I believe I had an experiment that replaced the hands of a zombie with the hands of a human. This was 100 years ago, so I cannot remember all that clearly, but in that process of trial and error, I may have made a careless mistake in which I created a human with two right hands. Much like Enya the Hag and her son Jay Guile. I doubt it was Enya herself, but perhaps it was her ancestor. If that is the case, then I have a deep connection with the witch who taught me about stands so long ago. I am making assumptions upon assumptions now. These hypotheses sound a bit absurd, and I have no way of verifying them. But if I am to hypothesize, it's possible that my meeting with Enya, the person who broke the seal of my 100-year slumber, was guided. The treasure hunters who stupidly mistook my coffin on the ocean floor as a treasure chest naturally became one of thousands of slices of bread. Yet, those were only a few people, only 3 or 4 people's worth of nutrients, not enough to cure a century of hunger. And it was located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. With the midday sunlight pouring down, even if I was riding inside a cabin cruiser, I could not hide completely. If Enya the Hag had been just a few days later in meeting me, I would likely have completely dried up, either because of the sun or because of hunger. Enya's arrival at my location on the sea was... yes.
I learned of it from a tarot card reading.
That is what the hag said, though I did not believe it. After all, there were those who knew 100 years ago that a monster drowned in that area. I thought she simply heard that information and spread a net. I even conjectured that the treasure hunters may have been her subordinates, and she simply lied regarding her fortune-telling. She merely had some ambition and was looking for an opportunity, I thought. But it seems I was reading too much into things. In the end, she told me the truth. For me, it was as if I had suddenly been transported a century to the future. Enya filled me with knowledge of the present, and most importantly, she taught me about stands. When I asked her exactly what she wanted, this is what she answered.
My desire is to be by your side. Stands are guardian spirits, and your guardian spirit possesses an incredible power. That is the effect of leading a strange life with very bad luck. I want to see your life. That alone is enough for me.
Perhaps that really was all she wanted. Perhaps she was not a sacrifice resulting from an experiment I performed, but rather a test subject. Were it not for her, I surely would not have been able to adjust to the world of the future. That is how much the world has changed during my slumber. In those 100 years, time has accelerated. Enya described stands as guardian spirits, but stands are purely souls. Then, my actual guardian spirit was perhaps Enya the Hag herself. I sometimes think that. In any case, those experiments were not in vain. I have now taken control of Jonathan's body. Besides, they still have a purpose in the future, in order for my friend and I to become one body. I have created a fundament from the many sacrifices, the many trials and errors of my experiments, that unique man, Nukesaku, included. It was absolutely not useless. Not useless. Entry 74. As I have said, my subordinates are handling it, but my mansion is currently host to my enemies, who intend to kill me. In this situation, I have questioned the idea of nonchalantly writing in a notebook, and whether this is the best thing to be doing. Nonetheless, I will continue writing in this notebook to prove that the Joestar group is of no importance to me. Earlier, Vanilla Ice woke me in an act of his loyalty. At other times, his loyalty keeps me awake. It is wakefulness I treasure. Even now, I am wakeful in a way that helps me make much more progress than usual. Ideas are becoming clear. This may be an effect of the Joestar bloodline. Perhaps, with its descendants so close, Jonathan's body is becoming active and it is having a good effect on my brain. In that way, Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo are indirectly helping me find the path to heaven. If that is the case, I must not let this chance slip away. Before my subordinates, or if it comes to it, I myself eliminate Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo, I must collect as many of my ideas as I can. My ideas for attaining heaven. While my mind feels clear, I will switch to a new page and search my memories. My final memories. My memories after Jonathan Joestar's Hamon defeated me and disintegrated my body. Entry 75.
With conviction, humans can do anything! Humans grow! I'll show you!
With that bold remark, Jonathan broke through my vaporization freeze technique by lighting his gloves on fire and ran Hamon through my body. I was blown back by the impact. Hurtling through the air, I cut off my own head, rather like Vanilla Ice did earlier, in order to protect my brain. I had already tested on zombies the fact that I could survive as a head alone. I also knew that if I found or made a headless body, I could easily inhabit it. But, as I have already written, the only body I considered making mine was Jonathan Joestar's. So, I waited for a prime opportunity. An opportunity in which the other Hamon warriors and Speedwagon would not interfere. A moment when I could fight Jonathan one-on-one. Being no more than a head, I desired not to be seen by the public, lest their alarm roused Jonathan to my plot. This was countered by my desire for a talk with Jonathan Joestar, face to face, an honest talk with him beyond our history or status. Unfortunately, being just a head, I could not move about alone, and Jonathan, being blessed by meetings, and in any case being on his honeymoon, would never have been alone. Our conversation and our ensuing fight could not be legitimately one-on-one. At my side I had some simple-minded zombie subordinate, but he, as his ally, had that holy woman, Irina Pendleton. She had since changed her name to Irina Joestar. I learned in a newspaper about their honeymoon boat en route to America. How perfect an opportunity. How unlikely for us to be interrupted in the middle of the vast Atlantic. My confrontation would have no unforeseen obstacles. This much I predicted correctly, but thence came surprises. The most superstitious people hold certain beliefs about vampires, that we are blinded by the crucifix, and repulsed by garlic, and destroyed by running water. Perhaps to this last superstition I ought to have paid more attention. Do not misunderstand. The water had no effect on me. But perhaps for a vampire, simply being on a ship imparts some bad luck. My servant lured Jonathan to the ship's hold, and there I ambushed him. Being only a head has its weaknesses. Had Jonathan made the first move, I would have no chance at victory, and without my body I could not use my primary technique, vaporization freeze. Therefore, as soon as he entered, I hit him with 2 beams from my Space Ripper stingy eyes. I did not want him to suffer. I aimed directly between his eyes, hoping to cause no pain, but he twisted like a cat, and dodged so that my attack pierced Jonathan's throat instead. This was nonetheless fortuitous, for he could no longer breathe, no longer use Hamon. At that moment, my victory was certain. It should have been certain. But at that moment, Irina entered the hold, and the result skewed dramatically. My first victory over Jonathan, stolen by her. It became, as I have called it, nothing more than a draw. Some gravity between two fated lovers, or the humble bond of husband and wife, or simply a bad feeling that weighed on her chest. No matter the reason, she arrived the moment I shot Jonathan. In her sights, Jonathan exploded with a burst of Hamon power. It was this that I most feared. It was not only appropriate, but to be expected that Irina, who first spurred Jonathan's growth, who first revealed my rage, would interrupt our final fight, and in so doing guide Jonathan out of defeat to a draw. I may joke about myths and superstitions, garlic and crosses and running water. My real mistake was in underestimating Irina Pendleton. No, Irina Joestar. The article reporting their honeymoon named her Mrs. Joestar under the picture of the happy couple. I recognized her immediately as the girl from back then. And yet I focused my attention only on those Hamon warriors and Speedwagon. How carelessly I forgot her importance to Jonathan Joestar and to me, Dio. Noble, proud. She was a holy woman, like my mother, and now she is Irina Joestar. She is a member of the Joestar family. She became one of them. Jonathan mustered one final Hamon. It was not Hamon harnessed through his breath, but from his life force, Hamon from his soul. Perhaps it was a technique he inherited from Will A. Zeppeli. By that Hamon he manipulated my zombie servant to stop the boat's paddle wheel, its screw shaft. I remember now. That zombie was the ruin of the Chinaman, the peddler of oriental poisons, from whom I had bought the drug to kill both my fathers. Wang Chen was his name. How strangely our lives had intertwined. It was no doubt the influence of gravity. Wang Chen's superhuman zombie strength halted the shaft. The pistons stopped. The steam within found no release. The building pressure would soon destroy the ship in a fiery blast. He was content to blow himself up. I could not have engineered this plan so quickly. Jonathan Joestar. A man who did not yield until the very, very end. But surely this was a bitter decision for him. Myself and Wang Chen and the zombies he had created aside, there were many surviving human passengers aboard that ship whom he killed. Better this murderous choice, he must have thought, than a murderous monster I, Dio, loosed on the world. Nevertheless, he must have hesitated. Sacrificing innocent people? For him, that must have been very difficult. He tried, at least, to allow Irina an escape, but Irina ran to him. Truly a holy woman. Well, she prefaced her holiness with quite profane and human fears. I have no idea what's happening. This is beyond my imagination. I don't know whether to cry, scream, or faint. But in her, from her, then and there, a radiance brighter than the building inferno of the ship's engine blazed out. I can say one thing. Harina Joestar will die at your side. I was not surprised. I am sure my mother would have said the same thing. Entry 76. Even as I wrote my previous entry, Vanilla Ice was annihilated. Yes, annihilated. Not retired, nor defeated, nor killed, nor any lighter term. My blood changed Vanilla Ice's body for better and, in light of this news, for worse. I believe his body was annihilated by sunlight, the only weakness my blood possesses. I cannot be precisely sure of how his demise came to pass, as I have not received a report. My one remaining servant, Nukesaku, is on the hunt for Joseph Joestar's team. I simply have no one to report in the first place. All I know came from a strange connection to Vanilla Ice. As master and servant, I would not even call it a blood connection. Losing a subordinate of his caliber marks quite a serious blow. But I do not mark it as a mistake on his part, nor even on mine. Though it was through me that he developed the weakness of sunlight. Rather, I believe fate was on their side. My willful and intelligent choices made me an accidental ally of the Joestar bloodline. If not fate, then perhaps I have not yet completely mastered Jonathan's body, and through its influence, I am choosing actions that are beneficial to them. I find myself a little agitated. I am not in a disgraceful panic, but I have no reason to remain unperturbed. My subordinates killed, my trusted retainers eliminated, my mansion exposed, myself alone. I am vulnerable and unpleased. My victory lies, even despite these setbacks, in what I can anticipate. Only then, come what may, I can face it with resolve. Were this a future I'd seen and understood, as it comes, it would find me lacking any anxiety in its face. To be thus bold against the whims and injustices of the future must be heaven. I'm sure of it. I must see heaven. I must go to heaven and become a true victor. I must claim victory. Even if he was annihilated, the potency of his stand, Cream, assures me that Vanilla Ice destroyed one of Polnareff or Iggy. At least he has inflicted significant injuries on them. Considering they have both survived, then Iggy is a dog. His intelligence and stand ability will not change that. So, either way, Polnareff is alone. It may be useless, but I think I will challenge him. Polnareff is separated from Joseph Joestar and Jotaro Kujo. I may not have a chance again. If there is a gravity that causes people to meet one another, one could surely say that such a gravity exists between Polnareff and myself. An alliance with the Joestar family might well be impossible, with all my subordinates lost now, but I would be quite thankful to have Polnareff return to me. Kakyoin is currently with Jonathan's descendants. I cannot entice him beside such company. But the Frenchman, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. If I had not used the flesh bud to control him, he would have no direct grudge against me. His primary vengeance was directed at Jay Guile, to whom he has delivered his wrath. And most notably, unlike Noriaki Kakyoin, he has not personally met that holy woman, Holly Kujo. Depending on how I negotiate, it may be possible to win him over to my side, as long as I do so before he reunites with the Joestars. I shall at least try, I think. I hope to have good news when I write the next entry. Entry 77. It didn't work. I was flatly rejected. I, Dio, failed to understand his dissatisfaction. Perhaps he's drunk on his sense of justice. Or perhaps he thinks his game of revenge for his little sister incomplete until he has defeated me. I suppose that is possible. Killing J-Guile has not and will not bring his little sister back, therefore his grudge could not be absolved completely. Perhaps his remaining hatred is bent at me now because J-Guile was my subordinate. He knows nothing of Holly Cujo. I cannot think of any reason besides for him to reject my offer. In other words, for Jean-Pierre Polnareff, his little sister Cherie is, like the Cujo boy's mother, or like my mother, a holy woman. Cherie, which means beloved in French. It is love, once again, that defeats me, Dio. Love of parents. Love of family. Love for humanity. No, I, Dio, am not yet defeated. Perhaps 100 years ago, but here today the only event of note is that Jean-Pierre Polnareff, an excellent stand user, declined my invitation to rejoin my ranks. That is not defeat. If anything, it hints that I am out of favor with gravity. Had the timing shifted slightly one way or the other, I am sure he would have accepted. Yes, if only the timing was different. Timing? No. Wait. That is not right. The word timing is centrally about time. But are there really no other factors? If it was time alone, then I should be able to control it. The world controls time, and yet am I in this predicament? What is important here is not timing, nor time. Time alone is insufficient. Something just as, if not more important, must be introduced. Location. The lobby of the Joestar mansion is such a fateful location that it shaped a century of my life. There I spat blood on the stone mask because of Jonathan's punch. There I fell upon the statue of the Joestar's goddess. There impaled and immolated. And that boat, that ocean, that coffin, they were all questions of location. The final thing I require is location. After all, I am out of time. I will calm down and turn to a new entry. I must calm down for now. Entry 78. Do not get excited. Yes, this is no time to be on a high. I am always tripped up at times like this, aren't I? Enrico Pucci said that at times like this it is a good idea to count prime numbers. A prime number is a solitary number that cannot be divided by anything but one and itself. Solitude gives one strength. I will enumerate the prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37, 41, 43, 47, 53, 59, 61, 67, 71, 73, 79, 83, 89, 90, 97. It doesn't seem to be working as well as he said it would. Regardless, I must calm down. First, I will conclude the story of 100 years ago. Polnareff rejected my offer. Had I spoken to him a little longer, if I had demonstrated the unparalleled power of my stand, the world, to him a bit more, there is a possibility he would have yielded. Alas, gravity pulled his comrades to him. Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo, and Noriaki Kakyoin broke through a wall from without the mansion. With the rays of the sun at his back, Jean-Pierre Polnareff rejoined their group. Sunlight remains for all this century, an inexorable weakness. My worst. I was forced to evacuate that location. Even with Kenny G's illusions gone, this mansion has a considerably complex construction. They will not reach me soon. Kakyoin has placed Nukisaku in a bag and is dragging that fool around. It may be to protect him from sunlight, but it is a rather cruel thing to do. If Nukisaku guides them truly, I cannot rely on time anymore. Before they arrive, then, I must finish writing about my discovery. I am not afraid of Joseph Joestar nor Jotaro Kujo as individuals, but only as the continuation of the Joestar bloodline. I should have been as wary 100 years ago. The Holy Woman, Irina Joestar. She was the first to deny my will, to upset my plans, to incite my wrath, and she was the very last. That holy woman was determined to die with the man she had married, Jonathan. I'm sure they had, as is the custom, vowed their lives in union, in sickness and health, joy and sorrow, wealth and poverty, until death do them part. I doubt she vowed to die with him as well. This astoundingly foolish woman was wasting her life for the sake of a man who had saved her once as children. Would that I could call her pure, honest, and beautiful, for she is, I'm sure. But to me, she is only a hopeless fool. She was truly like my mother. This stirred up great hatred in me. I could not forgive her. I could not allow such a woman to embrace Jonathan's body, my body. When it never was done to me, why should she do it to someone like him? Mother! Mother! Mum. Jonathan whispered then, my mother also. He pointed to the corpse of a woman next to them, crumpled at the foot of the stairs, who had, fleeing the zombies, fallen down the whole flight. She was clearly dead, but she held a baby, and it was gleaming, alive. He said this in gasping whispers. That woman, she is a mother who died saving her child. My mother died just the same way. Take that baby, take it and run quickly. It's okay to cry, but you have to live. So told Jonathan to his wife, go, save it. To a loving woman, consigned, content to die with him. What an oblivious man! But that obliviousness made him Jonathan Joestar, my lifelong nemesis. The only man I have ever respected. I hated him so much that I feel the pangs of irritation even towards his descendants. Even so, I respect them. For that reason, after all, did I try to take his body. At the end, he changed from an inheritor to a giver. Irina, that holy woman, obeyed his words with tears in her eyes. The words of a dying man. The words of a loving man she could not have refused. Then I, Dio, no more than a head, mustered the last of my strength, as Jonathan had done, and wrapping my blood vessels around his torso, pulled me to my new body. Irina left Jonathan's side at about the same time, I believe. I do not have a good memory of what happened after. All memory of it has left me. I do not even remember the sound of the boat exploding. All that remains is a feeling from that moment. Having transcended life and death, Jonathan and I may have finally established feelings of friendship. Entry 79. I got a bit sentimental, so I turned to a new page in order to collect myself. Nukesaku has either learned a new loyalty towards me, or is practicing the treachery he already knew. He leads the Joestars round and about the mansion to the wrong corners where I am not. I think he would be shocked to know I am writing in my diary at a time like this. He also doesn't know the many hidden passages of this mansion. I could write about the endless maze of this building's architecture even without Keniji's stand, but it's most likely Nukesaku weaves his way to the tallest tower by the longest path. I'll await them there. It's a foregone conclusion for that moron that Joseph's Hamon, or one of the Joestar's stands, will eliminate him soon enough. If it comes down to it, I, Dio, will do the task myself. I suppose he has an immortal body. If he is lucky, he may even survive. Well, I said my memory was not so good regarding events after the explosion. That was a lie. To be precise, my memory is really very bad on the topic. I have no idea what happened after this. I have theorized before, but each theory is burdened with contradictions. I know for a fact that I did successfully take his body one way or another, and not only taken it but lived through it, and spent a century at the bottom of the ocean in a coffin. As far as these facts are concerned, after taking Jonathan's body, I must have entered that coffin and thus survived the explosion. That's a logical necessity. I fail to understand, however, the survival of Irina Joestar. How in the world did she survive that explosion? Wang Chen and his zombies should have destroyed all of the lifeboats and life preservers. I had instructed him to do so in the unlikely event that Jonathan tried to run away. So, even if Irina fled, as Jonathan instructed, even if she tried to survive, she should have failed. Her fate should have been to sink into the sea along with that baby. Therefore, my surprise that Joseph Joestar's Hermit Purple could photograph me. I thought the Joestars eradicated. Long gone, I thought them destroyed, and yet. If I put aside the previous set of facts, I can only derive the same conclusion for Irina that I built for myself with those facts. Irina Joestar could have survived only with the help of the coffin I prepared. That casket which carried me onto the ship was the only shelter available to her that could withstand the explosion. But is such a thing possible? That coffin was a shelter for one person. But if strained, it is not impossible that two could have been in it. After all, it was not tailored one way or the other for the being formed from Jonathan's body and my head. So it is not unfathomable that the two of us, Irina and I, were packed inside the container. Strictly speaking, it was not 2, but 3. Or, even more strictly, 4. Jonathan, the baby, Irina, and I. 5, if we account for the baby in Irina's womb, who was the next Joestar, but his size was of no consequence at that time. 4, then. If all 4 of us fit into that casket, then it explains the current state of affairs. Jonathan was a large man at 195 centimeters, but at that point he was headless, and I was just a head. Irina had a small frame, and the baby was a baby. It might have been a bit of a squish, but it should not have been physically impossible for those 4 to occupy a shelter built for one. I reiterate. Physically. Emotionally, it could never happen. Jonathan had just been pierced through the throat, mustered his final hamon, and died. At the time, I confirmed that death, I think. Let's assume I was conscious and I took Jonathan's body. I would not have accepted entering the same casket as Irina Joestar. I can state that firmly even without a memory of it. If I were conscious, then, the outcomes as we see them today, both I and the Joestar bloodline surviving, would not have resulted. More likely, I mustered the last of my strength to take over Jonathan's body, and then I lost consciousness. It sounds nicer to say it that way. I mean that I exhausted all my strength. Then, who placed my exhausted, spiritless body into that coffin? I have thus far convinced myself that even if I were unconscious, I would unconsciously have entered that casket for the sake of self-preservation. I am a vampire, after all. Such a superhuman feat of unconscious self-control might not be beyond me. And no other explanation satisfies the fact of my survival. But again, there is the fact of the Joestar's survival. Of Irina's survival. Then the story changes. Even if I had unconsciously crawled into that coffin, surely when Irina had also sought shelter there, she would have noticed me there, and then surely she would have thrown me out of there. He whom she hated, he who killed her beloved husband, surely she would throw him out of that coffin, yes? No. I had best not give this too much importance. I have actually already reached my answer. I just do not want to admit it. It was Irina. I said that she became a Joestar. She inherited their bloodline, their will. I knew. I know. Yet I cannot accept it. It was by Irina Joestar that my life was saved, though I would like not to admit it. Alas that the facts at hand tell no other tale. My head placed snugly atop Jonathan's body, and the both completely lifeless from our preceding struggle, Irina Joestar transported us to the casket and placed me inside with her. There is no other way she and I and that baby could all have been saved. I'd like to justify her madness for selfish reasons. Perhaps the corpse of her husband was too sentimental to her to leave rotting in the sea, but I know that is wrong. After all, she never repossessed Jonathan's corpse. His body is mine still. She has left me no choice but to acknowledge her choice. That noble, proud, and limitlessly foolish woman took pity of all people on me. On me, Dio. Dio. Can you hear me, Dio? If I had been born poor, I may have done the same thing. I may have had the same ambitious heart and strayed from the path of humanity just as you did. Jonathan's body belongs to you now. He's yours. And you are ours. Now you truly are a member of the Joestar family. Please, rest a while with my husband at the bottom of the ocean. Sleep soundly. I don't know if it will be in 5 or 50 or 500 years, but someday, please, give up your evil ways and become a good person. Heavens. Please, become a noble, proud human that can go to heaven. My memory is not so good about events after the explosion. But I can't help believing that, at the very end, I heard those words. It was quite something, what Irina Joestar said. It was quite something, what my mother said. Entry 80. The final necessity is location. Location and time. I have calculated it. Go 28 degrees, 24 minutes north. 80 degrees, 36 minutes west. And wait for the next new moon. That should be the time of heaven's arrival. Now then, my moment has about arrived, it seems. The Joestar group is finally here. The path to heaven is clear to me. But unfortunately, I am forced to put down my pen here today. I will head to the tallest tower, and this time I will completely sever my fated connection with the Joestar family. There is no need to panic. I possess a body with eternal life. I have all the time I need. I will continue writing this tomorrow. Afterword. From what I remember, the first picture I read in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was of the doll, Ebony Devil, using a razor to cut off the face of a hotel worker like it was a mask. Of course, at the time, I wondered how that doll was moving, and then suddenly something that looked like an armored warrior appeared, and I kept on reading without even knowing what a stand was. But even so, or perhaps because of that, I can still remember that intense feeling of being drawn in like it was yesterday. Well, actually, I had read Weekly Shonen Jump before then, and if I think back hard, I believe I read the chapter, as it released, of Jotaro guessing the true identity of Dark Blue Moon's stand user. Then, I'm clearly wrong about the other memory being my first of JoJo. What the hell am I saying? I remember it like it was yesterday. If I were to be more favorable to myself, I guess the scene that had the most impact on me as a child was Ebony Devil's, the face cutting off scene. Nevertheless, you can't get away with depicting a face getting cut off like a mask in today's Shonen Jump. In that way, I look back on those times fondly. Things have changed a lot since those days, but one thing I believe hasn't changed is a trend that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure created for that magazine and has since been inherited as part of its identity. Within it are people like me that first took it up in a kind of misunderstood form. For this reason, I don't hesitate to call JoJo's Bizarre Adventure a masterpiece of this century. In fact, of many centuries to come, and all the more honor to work on this written adaptation of it. I wrote this as the story of Dio. I think that one could substitute JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with Dio's Bizarre Adventure. To get the chance to write out Dio's story in this book makes me feel very lucky as an author and as a fan. It's rare for me to write out an honest afterword like this. In the vein of honesty, then, I humbly present to you this novelization of JoJo's bizarre adventure, Over Heaven. By the way, I said I was really lucky as an author and as a fan, but assembling and creating this novel was a challenge unlike any I've ever had before. I had to make it through a lot of processes to get it all done. I have the deepest gratitude for Shueisha's Jump J-Books editorial department, whom I have many times kept waiting patiently as I persevered through completing this. And, of course, Hirohiko Araki-sensei for drawing the illustrations and the beautiful cover, while he is busy with the serialization of Part 8, JoJolion. It looks like I did go way off from usual. I guess JoJo makes people honest. Nisio Isin.